Everybody, we'll now open the meeting of the council. We'll start with karakia, which we'll say together. Whakatakatahau ki te uru, whakatakatahau ki te tonga, kia mā kine kine ki ute, kia mā tara tara ki tai, e he ake ana te atākura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihe, mauri ora. All right, I declare the meeting open. We have one apology, which is from Councillor Compton. Any other apologies? I'll move the apologies be for that's apology for lateness. Move that the apology be received. Seconder, Deputy Mayor. Just vote on that. Councillor Rewiti, have you cast your vote? Thank you, that's carried. All right, announcements by the Mayor. Just an update on the Mile Point plant. There's progress is being made in terms of both the recovery of the plant and assessing the damage to it. There's been some notification about a report having been received by Wellington Water, so I understand that to be correct. There have been a number of consultants engaged to assist with assessing both damage and cause, and there's still further work to do to finally establish that. We're expecting this morning an announcement by the Minister of Local Government on the Crown Review team, so we're awaiting that. And then the third and final point is that overnight, as part of the recovery actions, there was an incident in which the fans, the ventilation fans were, or one of them was reactivated. It performed better than expected, and it caused malodorous plume to waft over parts of the neighbouring suburbs. That prompted notifications to the City Council, and I'm satisfied now that that issue has been addressed. But most importantly, Wellington Water knows that if they are going to do something that may result in unexpected smells, that they will notify the community in advance. So that will happen. All right, any conflict of interest declarations? Beyond what we know. All right, turn to the minutes of the meeting of the 26th of February. Take them as read and confirmed. I'll move those. Seconder for those, Councillor Al-Rubai. I'll put that motion. That is carried. All right. There are no items not on the agenda. There are no requests for public participation. There are no items of general business, so we will now adjourn the council meetings.
I will declare the meeting of the Council Planning and Finance Committee open. Welcome, everyone. Can you please let me or the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting? Morning tea will be around about 10:30. Lunch will be around about 12:30, just depending on where we're at in the debate. But there will be enough time to allow you to go and get something to eat, to have a little bit of a break, again, depending how we are. And we will be taking regular rest breaks as well through it, and depending on how the amendments are shaping up as well. Okay. We will now move to accept apologies at this meeting. We have Councillor Compton for lateness. Is there any other apologies? Okay, so I'll move the motion. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Randall. Right, I'll move the motion that we... Thank you. Sorry, I'm not very well organised. Okay, motion carried. I call on members to declare any conflicts of interest that they may have in relation to items on the agenda. Puiwi Kelly.
I have a pecuniary interest in the item 2.1 in the annual plan.
Okay, and that's in regarding a specific...
Yeah, and an amendment that's been put forward.
Okay, we'll take that separately. Thank you. Okay, and now we'll move to confirmation of minutes. I move the motion that the Taurapa Council Planning and Finance Committee approves the minutes of the committee meeting held on the 19th of February 2026, having been circulated, and that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of this meeting. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Puiwi Hohae. And I now put the motion forward, and please vote. There are no items not on the agenda, and there is, for this meeting, there is no public participation. Now, we will move to straight into the triennium plan. And I would like to invite the Chief Executive to briefly introduce the report before it's handed over to the Mayor.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. So first time this Council has adopted a training plan for a few years. This is a document that will be important in terms of giving overall direction to the Council officers, but is a plan shaped by the elected members on behalf of the city for the next 3 years. And it's important that we look at and we take effect of this plan, and certainly I know from having read the introduction, there will be conversations between the Mayor and myself as Chief Executive around how that takes effect through the KPIs for the Chief Executive. But I think probably best for me to hand over to the Mayor now to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to move the...
So before we move it, would you like to introduce it as sort of an officer, and then you can answer any questions?
Sure.
If there are any questions, and then we can move into debate.
Sure. So, look, as everybody will know, this is the product of some multiple meetings work and discussions with groups of councillors and with individual councillors as well. And as the Chief Executive has pointed out, this is a document that's intended to provide some direction and guidance for us over the next 3 years. So it helps to put individual decisions into a bit of a context. Obviously, it can't anticipate every circumstance that might arise. In the event of a completely stable and boring next 3 years and nothing happening here or around the world, then we might expect to deliver on pretty much everything in the plan. There will be things that come unexpectedly, and we will have to adapt accordingly. But it sends a signal to the broader community that here is a plan that we can get around. And secondly, in relation to the Chief Executive and Council officers, it sends a very clear signal about where this Council's expectations lie. It can be incorporated then into appropriate KPIs for the Chief Executive and for officers as well. So it gives that shape to this Council for the next triennium, and makes the commitments that I'm confident are achievable and doable and will make that positive difference for the city.
Okay, so this is one of these papers, and where it's been essentially prepared by elected members as opposed to the officers. So I will allow any questions you may have of the mayor or officers, if anybody has any. No? Crystal clear. Great. So now I will ask the mayor to move the paper.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I so move, and I won't repeat what I've just said, but this is, I think, if adopted, this plan will, I think, be an important both kind of backstop to conversations that we will have over the next 3 years, but actually an important lodestar to what we're doing, what we can do, what we intend to do. And as I said before, it will give shape to the direction that we're taking, subject to exigencies that might arise in the meantime. So I've appreciated the process that we've engaged in to get to this point. I think it has been some good discussions, some robust discussions, some good changes, and I think it reflects genuinely where this council, or at least where Wellingtonians expect this council to be following last year's election.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Would you like to speak now?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Councillor Young.
So first of all, I'd just like to thank the Mayor for his efforts in including everyone's views. It must have been a great test of his patience and tolerance. I don't support everything in this, but I do support having a triennium plan, and I will be voting for it. I'd just like to draw your attention to something which no one seems to have noticed or questioned, which is number 45, which is one of the things I asked to be included, which is investigate the possible policy responses to the problem of permanent coverings of pipe and drainage access points during building works. The reason I asked for this to go in is I have a house which is basically a new house behind a heritage facade. 2 years ago, I had a blocked drain, and the drain access points have been covered by 6 or 7 inches or whatever that is in metrics of concrete. It cost me $11,000 to have this work rectified, and the plumber said to me, your council is one of the few that allows this to happen. In other councils, it is when you get the code of compliance, you cannot cover the access points. So I'm very grateful to the Mayor for including this, and I hope we can find a policy solution. That's all I have to say.
Is anybody else? Councillor Osborne.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Look, I just wanted to really reiterate what Councillor Young has just said. It's been a good process to get to where we've got to. I think, obviously it doesn't have everything that I'd like to see in it, much in the same way that it doesn't have everything that everyone around this table would like to see in it. But, we live in a democracy, and that's where we've ended. From a personal perspective, I'm particularly pleased with the inclusion of honouring our agreements around Mātai Moana, maintaining our tree planting program, and improving the number 2 bus. And I'm particularly pleased to see the inclusion of Te Atakura and the commitment to ensuring that our climate program delivers maximum effectiveness by reducing emissions. So that's all I really want to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whanau, and I would also like to congratulate the Mayor for working really hard through this over the last 4 months. And for me, one thing that stuck out is regards to the community safety. Last triennium, I tried my best to address the issue of homelessness in Newtown, and if the city safety can be extended to address the Newtown issue. And at the time, it was voted down, and later on we worked it through a little bit. But I'm glad one of the challenges you have when you come to this council is just you campaign on a lot of issues, and you promise the community once you come in, oh, this is annual plan, this is long-term plan. You have the previous triennium already approved it. You have to follow through that. By the time you start your own long-term plan, everything is just a bit too late. And in this case, we are just giving a direction to the council saying that, look, we came with a new mandate, a lot of things has changed. That means even though we have the long-term plan still in place, this is the direction we would like to move on. And the community issue in Newtown will be addressed through that, and some funding will be going to that as well. And I'm glad to see those one in this, and really appreciate everyone working together as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to say something? Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Yeah, I agree with the fact that we've done a great job with putting this together, especially the Mayor. I think it has been a good process. Unfortunately, I can't support it. There's just too much in it that I do disagree with, and unfortunately things that have been left in there that I just unfortunately cannot support. I do not think there's enough focus on the financial stability of the city, and that's one of the major things that I believe we're here to do for the city. There's certain things like living wage, which, thanks to the press that's actually here present today, we haven't actually highlighted enough of what that means to the council. Effectively, living wage set by unions and set by religious groups equals $32.50 if you include the fact that we're also a very generous 5-week holiday employer for the lowest paid member of our community, and of our staff. And that's a financial burden on us, which has even been acknowledged in the Audit and Risk Committee's papers that were released last week or the week before as one of the main pressures on our costs. So there's just things in there that I can't sign away with. There is a lot of good stuff in there. There's a lot of good opportunity to make changes. I'm not sure that it will leave us to be a different enough council to what we've had in the past to make me happy, and I think our constituents happy. I note as well that on the unaffordability sector, the Eastern Ward is actually one of the most unaffordable areas in there, and I'm here to represent the Eastern Ward, so the financial side of it will be a very high priority for me this training. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor O'Brien and Councillor Chung.
Yeah, just a quick comment from me. I guess throughout the election campaign, two of the things that I consistently heard from people was that they wanted a clear sense of direction for Wellington, and they wanted their council to be working constructively together for the benefit of the city. And I think with this training plan, we are signalling our intention to the community to do both of those things. And there's also some things in this training plan I'm really proud to be supporting, including the living wage. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I agree that this training plan is an absolutely excellent thing to be doing. It outlines where we're actually going. What I don't, and I applaud the Mayor for engaging with all of us to understand exactly what our issues are, the reasons why we think so. And I understand, of course, that as my colleague, Councillor Osborne, has actually said that this is a democracy, so we can't get what we want. But I feel that this plan doesn't go far enough. I think that I would like to see the rates reduced even further. I don't have a figure, but I felt that it should get way down to something around the inflation rate, because people in the city are still hurting. I hear from them daily that they can't afford to live here. They can't afford the rates. They can't afford, all things that we can't control. The cost of petrol, food at supermarkets. So we need to be cognizant of these things. We need to do as much as we can to actually help make their lives easier. But we don't go far enough because we're still too tied up by a lot of things. I went to a recent council meeting recently, and to me it seems like we're still thinking business as usual. And so people have their plans, they want to go ahead with their what they've been working on, and so they still want to push ahead with these things regardless of the financial situation they're in. So I would like to see it go a lot further. But I do thank everyone for contributing to this plan and trying to make it work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Arobayi.
Thank you. Yeah, just really quickly from me, again, congratulations to you, Mia, and to everyone for engaging in this process. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what my colleagues have mentioned already, but I just want to highlight that I'm very, very proud that this training and plan looks after the living wage, but also explores the feasibility of a green jobs pilot, which will support young people to find work in the city, but also look after our environment in the long run as well, and also exploring what we can do as council and aligning our priorities and what we are doing currently in line with the Welcoming Communities program that we unfortunately missed out on and getting seed funding from Immigration New Zealand. So I'm really glad that we're going towards that way. Thank you.
Okay. Any other speakers? Councillor Compton.
Good morning and apologies for my lateness. I am supportive of the plan as it stands, and I would like to thank the Mayor's office in particular for their work bringing us all together and seeing everyone within the plan. I'm particularly proud of the inclusion on the section of project management, items 31 to 35. While it is relatively detailed, it needed to be in order to really communicate expectations and set a standard for our organisation. This will give us, governors, confidence that when a project is eventually signed off to go, we know exactly what we're going to get for the cost. So thank you for that. Previously, concepts have gone on approved, but costs have not been certain. Under this plan, instilling strong project management and the use of stage gates gives us greater control and eventually confidence. I'm also really pleased to see the inclusion of the overarching transport strategy and network plan. And rather than projects being done piecemeal and in isolation, often without a clear understanding of impacts outside the project, this strategy and plan gives us a really clear understanding of transport holistically and including all modes of transport, including motor vehicles. I'm also pleased to see the expectation that any work to reduce climate change is to ensure maximum effectiveness. I think this will ensure that we're really targeted with our money. We all heard repeatedly that a divided council is no longer acceptable. I'm only one vote in 16 or 18, and I understand that things won't always go the way I want. But I'm mature enough to understand negotiation, and I support this plan. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Before I hand over to you, Deputy Mayor McNulty, I'll just say a few words. After being a veteran on this council, can I just say this has been a very good process, which we've been through. Not only have I believe we've been listened to, but we've been heard, and we've been, and also taken into consideration the information that we provided back, but also listening to our communities. We recently had the election, and I think what we'll see a lot in here is what our communities reflected back to us. I'm particularly pleased to see that aside from specific activities that we really will be improving our information standards and the general measures around how we make decisions. And I just reiterating what Councillor Compton said, I know the Mayor's done a fantastic job, but it's also been the Mayor's office team in support as well. So really appreciate it. It's been a good process. We don't get everything we want, but I think we've all got something in there that we can see, and I'm very happy to support this. Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Thank you, Chair. Who would have thought having a union negotiator would have skills that would come into fruition? But you can see that absolutely living and breathing through the entirety of this document. I want to give a particular thank to Dave Hawkins for the work that has been done as well by you in this plan. I know you'll hate me calling you out for that, but you have been instrumental in making this happen. I just want to read out the environmental protection and climate resilience clauses of this triennium plan because they are going to become a point, or they've become a point of public debate in the wider context of other papers that we'll be doing today. So these are the things that I'm really glad that we are agreeing to in the triennium plan. Planting 300,000 native trees and plants and considering ways to better care for existing trees and plants. Using the scheduled refresh of Te Atakura as an opportunity to ensure efforts to respond to climate change that deliver maximum effectiveness, as Councillor Osborne has pointed out. about seeking a regional adaptation framework with relevant other authorities, completing the community adaptation pilot and using its findings to inform LTP decision making, evaluating our stockpile of carbon credits and how that might be leveraged for projects that enable Wellingtonians to reduce their own carbon emissions, investigate whether a geographically targeted approach to WCC's existing tree planting could increase the forest stores that WCC oversees that overcures into new carbon credits. Thanks, Geordie, for that. Continue the existing level of predator-free and capital Kiwi funding. Continue the green network plan within existing resources and explore the feasibility of a green jobs pilot. It's just important to point those out that this is a council that is not practicing climate austerity or walking away from climate measures, and this is a testament to some of those areas that we're looking at. Finally, I just want to say why I really am enthusiastic about this plan. The feedback has been from staff that having a strategic direction via the triennium plan will allow it to streamline operations and build efficiencies. Given our overriding focus on the finances today, I'm enthusiastically supporting this plan that will deliver savings and efficiencies for Wellingtonians, and I recommend that my fiscally conservative councillors take the same approach. Thank you.
Thank you, and I see Councillor Randall would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Look, this training plan is a very important document and an achievement by this council. Really, this whole exercise has been so positive that I have to thank the Mayor and all of the elected members for their constructive approach to all of this and for the constructive approach to the entire start of this triennium. It's like night and day, I have to say, between this council and the previous council, where I think the Mayor is the day. We have a lot of diverse positions, and this triennium plan does reflect that. There are things that everyone really likes, and there are things that everyone doesn't like. And I support most of the triennium plan. However, on the issue, it's about the whole package. We're not taking this item by item. This is a package, and a package of a direction. And on that balance, with respect to the key thing that I needed to see out of the plan on affordability and rates, the package nearly but doesn't quite work. And so I cannot support this plan. And so that's why I'm speaking. However, I want to pick up on Councillor O'Brien's comment around the fact that we are all working constructively together. I think we are all working constructively together, and there is another side to this plan, which is we've started off on the right foot. And I look forward to working constructively with all the other members on other decisions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Take it there's no other speakers, so I will hand over to the Mayor for right of reply.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, too, for your comments. And I think that those comments too do reflect the spirit with which this triennium plan has been put together, which was that we all talked, we discussed, we disagreed, we found the points of conflict, but we found the points of agreement. And in the end, for a group made up of 18 people with bringing all our differing perspectives, in the end what mattered was bringing together a document that reflected a kind of a not so much an on average of where we are, but a package that I think reflects what the voters of Wellington wanted, what we collectively represent, even with bringing our individual perspectives, but something that we can get behind. So, notwithstanding those who say they can't bring themselves to support it by way of a vote, nevertheless, if this is supported, then this will be the guiding document for us, and I would hope that the spirit that prevailed in putting it together will, regardless of the votes cast today, still be employed as we carry out our duties over the next 3 years. Thank you.
Could we have a division, please?
Oh, yes, certainly. And are you all happy we take this all together? Thank you. So we'll have a division, and so I move the motion that's, I now put the motion that's been moved and seconded, and move it myself. Can you please vote? We're taking them all together. And that's carried. Thank you. And I just wanted to, I didn't say at the beginning, but I was going to say, can we sort of, because we've got a lot to get through, could we limit our speaking time to roughly 3 minutes for those, a bit more time for those introducing an amendment or paper. But I haven't even to ask that because I noticed everyone was very brief. So thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the oral update for Moore Point, and I invite our Chief Infrastructure Officer to provide us with it. And I thank you, thank you, Wellington Water, as well, and thank you for coming in. I think that the reason for this is that the public really want to know what's going to happen next. As we're aware, there is going to be a Crown review. So we're not going to go into the causes and such, so that's separate to this, but this is more about, okay, what do we need to get things fixed? So thank you, and I'll hand over to you, Ms. Chetwin.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm just worrying about this leg that's very close to me. I might get kicked at some point. It's an operative. Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you to Charles Barker. This is Charles Barker. He's the Chief Operating Officer for Wellington Water. He's joining me today to give you this briefing, and I'll cover what we're going to talk about. So we'll give you an update on the state of play with Moore Point. It's 6 weeks, roughly, since the event happened. So we've come through the response phase, and we're moving now into more recovery phase. So that presents a different set of challenges. The question before us isn't anymore about how we respond to the immediate mess, but how we enable an effective recovery going forward with all the things that are going to be swirling around in this. So what we'll do is Charles will take you through some of the response stories we talked about this morning, just what happened on site, and we'll talk you through bringing together the recovery plan and the work they're doing in the next 4 weeks. And then I will take you through some of the wider issues relating to some of the risks we see going forward, how we're managing them. I'll talk a little bit about the role of Greater Wellington Regional Council in their enforcement activity. And we'll talk a little bit about how we're trying to bring together some work on defining your role in this, because this is complex with the timing of this being just before the handover to Te Aki Wai. So we'll cover those elements, and then I'll hand back to you, Chair. So let's start with Charles.
Kia ora, everyone. I do appreciate this is the first time I've talked about all of this in this forum, and there'll be varying degrees of knowledge about what the incident was, what we've been doing over the last 6 weeks. So I'll try and go through from the start and bring everyone up to speed, and then get into the meat of what we're actually doing immediately now. As the Chief Operating Officer, I had 3 immediate priorities at the time of the incident. They were to stop the shortfall discharge. That equates to minimising the environmental impact as far as we could by getting it out into the long outfall, recover some form of access to the plant, and control the risk of the odour impacting the community, both short-term and long-term. What they were faced with at the scene was a building that's, due to the nature of the site, is kind of stacked on top of each other. It's 3 stories but kind of buried into the hill. It's quite a unique design. It's a clever design for the issue that they have, which is the site. But it's more akin to climbing into a ship and going down to the bowels of a ship than a 3-story building. It was no power, it was dark, and it flooded up to 3 metres with a mix of, in parts, with a mix of wastewater, and because it was a wet weather event, that was all augmented with a whole lot of stormwater. That produced quite a hostile and unsafe environment where there's a high amounts of hydrogen sulfide, which comes out of the sewage, obviously. And so one of the key priorities there was to keep everyone safe. One of the proudest things to date is that nobody has been hurt in what was an incredibly difficult and unknown environment. And we're really well on pace to tick off those immediate priorities. We're nearly there on those priorities. We have one room of the plant, which is down near where there's actually a pipe that goes towards the outfall, which is still getting gusts of hydrogen sulfide that we're not comfortable with. But that's 99% of the plant back, where you can safely move around. There's lighting, so we've ticked off that kind of recover access to the plant safely. The odour, one of the key things we did is we'll talk about the plant, but usually when people are saying the plant, they mean the building that was flooded. There is obviously the wider site, which has a whole lot of other systems through it. They were all full of effluent at various stages of processing. A key priority that the team did there was immediately start draining those down, work their way through, and I can say that they've all been cleaned out now, washed, and those parts of the plant probably have never been this clean ever, apart from when they were commissioned. That's really important because that has taken away the risk of any long-term stench or odour issues. So there's not a chance that we're going to have a Christchurch situation of long, malingering odour that's washing over the community. One of the key things we did in the first week is get hold of our counterparts in Christchurch City Council and ask them what if they went back, what would they do? And we've been implementing those. That was really useful. We're also now leaping forward a little bit, getting Watercare to come down and have a look at our recovery structure and our recovery team. They've got lots of good experience there. So what I'm trying to say there is right from the beginning, we were totally open to learning as quickly as possible what good practice looks like in these situations and applying it. We've got lots of great feedback and support from industry as well. There's no denying that the work we have to do on the plant will cause some odour. There's an inescapable fact is that wastewater is flowing through pipes, and we have to do work around that without all the systems being back. The Mayor touched on one this morning, which is we activated some of the fans, and it's in a very unknown state. So we will do our best, and we can do better, especially in that example, of making sure we notify the public when we are making a change. Even if we think it's not going to cause an odour, it's really important they can attribute that odour to an activity. So otherwise, it's not unreasonable they might leap to the conclusion that it's a long, short outfall discharge causing that smell. We've got to be really careful of their mental well-being, and the team, I'm really proud of the team so far with the engagement that we had down at the beach and being present and keeping the community informed. Just last night I was at the Strathfield community meeting and they were satisfied with the level of information and everything we're putting out, but that's a burden to be maintained, and it gets harder as time goes to keep that timely and communicate in the right channels. But we're very committed to keeping what has been a good start with the community going, because they are rightly angry and just want to be informed. So the scene as we have it today, a plant that's in a building that's mostly accessible, a system that's been cleaned out, that has allowed us to, over the last couple of weeks, to do the visual inspections. The first was to bring specialists from over Australia and New Zealand together, and they sweep through, do a visual assessment going, what are the assets which have had some impact? And from that, now they're sweeping through doing what they call the physical, which is of those key assets, they're now opening up the cabinets and things using meters, checking and actually quantifying what is actually damaged and how bad that damage is. So we expect that information to be coming through to us over the next week, and from that our team is already ready to schedule a critical path of work that would be required. That would allow us to quantify what we need to do that, and so we'll be well placed to brief on that over the next couple of weeks as we get clarity there. What I would say is that we're working at pace, and I think our next task is to keep communicating to the community what we are doing inside the plant, so it doesn't look like we've just disappeared into a building and not keeping everyone up to date. There is some immediate things that we can keep doing, which actually are quite fortuitous. A lot of the questions are, have you started ordering equipment? There were two projects that were underway. They were already commenced, which was the UV upgrade and the control system. So they are paused until the building is safe again, and will recommence in the next week or so to go in. What that means is that those 2 projects, which were commercially tendered, mean that a lot of the equipment that we will be needing to replace is actually already been ordered, and some of those things. So that's a huge asset to the recovery. If we had to start from scratch in those key areas, it would be challenging. So we need to keep that momentum going, and that's really fortuitous. There is other opportunities that rightly exist with the plant in the state it is, and what we're doing is making sure that at the right time we can put those on the table and everything and have good discussions about there's maintenance which is much easier to do across that whole plant and that whole system, but our focus must remain. We can't let the engineers get too carried away and go look at all the stuff we could do. We've got to keep focused that the environmental impact is enduring at the moment, and we need to bring that as quickly as possible. So that's front of mind. Our focus also remains on optimising the outfall pipe. There's no 2 ways about it. At the moment, there is still a risk that in a weather event that we will need to use the short outfall. So out of those priorities that I talked about at the beginning, stop the shortfall discharge, that is enduring. We still need to figure out and optimise the outfall pipe so that as far as practically possible while we're doing this work, if there's a large weather event, it doesn't result in a short outfall discharge. We got through the last weather event, but it took a lot of effort of the plant to manage the pumps to make sure that we didn't have to use the short outfall. So we need to keep progressing the work there. I think we'll all feel better when we can have more assurance to everyone in the community that we've got the outfall pipe in a state that it can manage all but maybe the most extreme weather events. That's my synopsis, and I'm happy to take questions or pass back.
Chair, I suggest I'll continue and then perhaps, thank you. Thanks, Charles. Okay, so that's a really good rundown from Charles on kind of the operational space, and you can see it's pretty complex and there's lots of things going on in there. There's also lots of things going on outside the purely operational space as well as we move into kind of more of the context. So just for your sort of wider awareness, in addition to the operational recovery, which is in really good hands, we've got to think about our insurance position, which is really important. We've got to think about what role you have in this recovery, especially given the not helpful timing of the transfer shortly over to Te Aki Wai. So we've really got to think through that sort of stuff. We've got to think about the transparency of information. We're getting a lot of Lagoima requests, a lot. I can't emphasise that enough. And we have an intense media interest as well in every angle, as you are aware of. So we've really got to manage that space as well. We've got to factor in what the Mayor was talking about this morning about the Crown review process and how that plays into need for information and need for access to people. We've also got to think about the regulatory enforcement role that Greater Wellington Regional Council has, which I'll talk about very briefly in a minute. So there's that kind of thing playing in. And then we've got to think about the community, and Charles mentioned it earlier, but it's really important that we keep responding to their needs, responding to what they need to understand. We're agile in a way that if we do need to use the short outfall pipe, we've got some communication ready and we know what we're saying, and we're ready with that. And finally, we need to make sure that whatever the recovery is going to look like, we collaborate with partners. So we collaborate obviously with Wellington Water as our key operational lead, but also with Takahiri as they're coming in and as they're trying to work out what our Takahiri partners, go back, Te Aki Wai, thank you, as Te Aki Wai are coming into the picture and they're learning what their role is going to be, and also with our Takahiri partners in terms of what their role looks like in this recovery as well, depending on kind of how big and what we're looking at, which we should know a bit more of in the next few weeks. So those are all the things that adds a little more complexity. The aim is to try and keep it as simple as possible because we don't want to die in a ditch over complexity. So, but I just needed you to understand there are some other things floating around. So I'll just go into detail a little bit more on a couple of those things. So starting with Greater Wellington. So their role is also at play now. So Greater Wellington is the regulator, the environmental regulator, as you all know. The discharge of untreated wastewater into the marine environment is an offence under the RMA. And as the asset owner and resource consent holder, council is the one that can be prosecuted or liable for fines. The RMA offence is around strict liability, which means there's no need for an intention investigative thing there. But as consent holder and as asset owner, council is the ones that are liable for that. The Greater Wellington Regional Council hasn't given us a lot yet on their process and what they're going to do and how they're going to follow through on this. I think they're still trying to work that out. But they did do, I understand, a walk through the plant yesterday, and that was their first opportunity when it was safe for them to do that, to go and take photos and do the things that they need to do for their process coming up. So at the moment, that's all we know about the regulatory side of it, and we will need to make sure that that relationship with Greater Wellington is kept really close so that we can see what's coming in that space and how we need to manage it. So that's all I've got on that. The second part is working out your role. Really, really important. And Charles and I have been talking about this at length over the last couple of weeks. There's a number of factors in play here too. It's not a simple, straightforward question. And key to determining this are the assumptions that we're going to be making around the assets transferred to Te Aki Wai and when that happens. So we are at the moment, Andrea and the team are working through what that transfer looks like now that we have an asset that's not working. We've got a number of options for how that might play out, but that's going to have implications for commercial side of it, for operations, for insurance, for financial impacts on WCC. I won't go into that today because it's a longer conversation. But in the spirit of partnership, we are working through that with Te Aki Wai, and depending on what that looks like, that will, to a large extent, determine the role this council plays in the recovery, particularly around the financial role and the insurance role. So I hope that gives you some comfort. We are absolutely trying to work it out, but I can't give you the answer right this very second today.
Thank you. And so I'll take some questions, but if you can keep the questions, obviously we can't get into commercial sensitivities, insurance, and to keep it at a governance level rather than a which knob does this do sort of thing from an operational perspective.
If you don't mind, there's just two more things I'd like to
sorry,
say.
I thought you'd finished. Yeah.
I'll just a couple of things. So I've talked about Greater Wellington, I've talked about your role. In the context of your risk framework, there's probably just three key risks that will play into the space that we are managing. I'll just quickly go over them so I won't hold it up. So first of all, if we don't align what investment decisions we're making with the actual need and priority, then we're not going to be able to optimise all the recovery outcomes, including the insurance outcome. So we're working really closely with Wellington Water to make sure that decision making and information flow is right. So we've got the right information going to the right people at the right time. The second risk on your risk framework that this will kick into is the ability to maintain and leverage partnerships with Takahiri and with other partners. And so it's really important we get a good operating model between those partners so we can really leverage the relationship opportunity here, especially bringing Te Aki Wai into this space so quickly. And the third risk that you've got on your broad risk radar is the risk we don't understand and liaise with the community. So again, that comes back to how we're working with Wellington Water to make sure that that's really covered really well. So hopefully that gives you a sense of the operational space, some of the wider context, and just how we are going to be playing to the strengths of each organisation to make sure we cover those things for you.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions so far of Councillor Young, then Councillor Osborne, and then...
Thank you for that incredibly clear and easily understandable explanation of what's going on. Can you just tell me where is Veolia in all this? Because everyone else has been mentioned apart from them.
Veolia is a contracted party to Wellington Water that operates the plant. We take responsibility for anything that Veolia does. I can give you assurance that Veolia Australia... Oh, sorry.
Sorry, can you speak in the mic? I wasn't even doing it myself. Thank you.
Apologies. The Veolia is a contractor party to Wellington Water, so we take full responsibility for Veolia. I can give you assurance that Veolia International, it's well on their radar, the impact that Moa Point has had on the community and the plant. They are bringing in all the resources that we would expect them to see them doing to regain safe access to the plant. They've brought in international expertise. I can give you assurance they're not sparing any of their own expense, not the money that we give them, but their own costs, to make sure that the plant is returned as quickly as possible. We're on the record of about some of the concerns we've had about Veolia's performance. We've taken a firmer line with Veolia in the contract over the last couple of years. All that aside, their response to what they need to do on the site to this task is what we would expect, and they're performing well in that task.
Thank you. Just before we go to the questions, the Mayor would like to make an announcement.
Thank you, Chair. I was updating. The government's announced the details of the Crown Review just 20 minutes ago. So they've appointed a reasonably high-powered team. So the Crown Review will be led by the Chair of Taumata Arawai, the Water Services Authority, Raveen Chajuram. I mean, he's an engineer, so it's in that capacity, I expect. He'll also be assisted by another infrastructure engineer, Gary McDonald. And because you can't do anything without them, 2 lawyers are also part of the review. That'll be handy. The review will investigate both Wellington City Council and Wellington Water, so it'll be sort of 2 reviews of both entities, but conducted as 1 review effectively. The aim is to report before the asset transfer, so therefore before the 1st of July, and with an assurance that whatever the Crown Review team does won't cut across the Greater Wellington Regional Council enforcement action.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll now move on to Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When this catastrophe first struck, the indications were from Wellington Water and others that you were relatively confident that you would be able to get the plant back up and running before the sludge management treatment plant came online. Is there anything that you have learnt in the weeks since that would change your position on that?
I'm not sure I'm on the record as saying that would be. It depends what you mean by when the sludge minimisation plant is online. There was a requirement on us to provide sludge by March to the plant to commence testing. Obviously, that part cannot be met. If you were saying that the original commissioning date was sometime in the future when the SMF is to be online, then in terms of that date, we're still confident that we're moving at pace to achieve that. So we just have to be careful what dates we're talking about and what interactions the 2 plants have on each other.
Just to be clear, I was talking about the latter.
Yeah, April next year.
Yeah, April next year. Yeah, we're still confident.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, the Moa Point incident made me think about the broader wastewater network risk management plans that are enabled under the Water Services Act. And I was wondering where that had kind of got to under Wellington Water, or what the timeline for that looked like.
Yeah, we have wastewater risk management plans in place. I think we talk about those Te Aki Wai. As they move into that space, we'll be formulating those into plans that are similar to what we provide as in our safe drinking water space. So such plans exist. It'll just be a case of moving them in to make sure that they meet those requirements as they come into force. So we're well positioned to do that.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
I was just wondering if any of those, risk management plans were publicly available or could be shared with elected members, just for some certainty over the rest of the network?
Yeah, absolutely. They're all publicly available.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, thanks for coming in this morning. Just out in the community, there's still a lot of misunderstanding about what's actually happening and where the breakage is. And what I'm hearing are people are thinking it's the new sludge minimisation plant that's broken down. And when I start describing the flow, they get a better idea. So I guess communications-wise, I'm just wondering if that's a messaging we could put out and show people where it's happening because I think they're wondering why we designed the plant to have this breakdown so early.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Through Chair. That's intriguing. Yeah. Absolutely. We'll have to build that into the messaging around the role of the SMF plant and its interrelationship with Moore Point and how they do work together. Drawings are always good, aren't they? Yeah. Thank you for that.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for this presentation. Would you be able to explain the interdependency between the short outfall pipe and the long outfall pipe? Like, does it work automatically? Does it switch over automatically, or is it actually done manually? Thank you.
I'll leave that one with.
I'll try and do this. All the wastewater flows towards Moa Point. It is then, for it to be treated in any way, it has to be pumped up the hill and then goes through the series of processes before it goes out. That's where the screening occurs. To utilise the short outfall, those pumps have to be turned off and a bypass weir put in place. So at a certain point, there's a safety mechanism. It will always go that way, but you can increase the amount that is diverted to the short outfall. So at a certain point, it will always no more can go up to the hill because the pumps can't do it, so it would have to go around to the short outfall. But that's an emergency, normally, requirement. The pumps are more than sufficient to pump it up and go through the process, and then it drops down the long outfall and out to the bay. I'm not sure I actually answered the question.
No, that's
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Just in regard to Greater Wellington City Council and their ability to hold us liable, at what point will the councillors be made what the risk is, financial risk is for that? Because obviously, this is obviously sensitive, I get that, but at what point will we know how much we potentially may be liable for? And what do they do with the money if we do give it to them as well? Just out of curiosity.
So great question. Sorry, through you, Chair. I'm not going to be able to either of them probably. We need to engage with Greater Wellington to understand what their timetable is and what their approach to this is, because we haven't quite got that out of them yet. So we will do that. And as for where the money goes, I guess it goes back to Greater Wellington, but that's a good question. We're going to need to follow that through as well. So sorry, I can't answer either, but it's on our radar. Thank you.
I suppose it's a bit like when we enforce our bus lanes, the money comes to us. So, yeah, same sort of concept. Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Kia ora, thanks for coming in today, Charles. When the Mayor, myself, Councillor Osborne and O'Brien were on site, there was a bit of, this was in the early days, but there was hope that there may be a bit of a staged recovery in the plant, so some treatment functions may be able to be restored before others come through, so you're sort of not just seeing the plant is repaired, bang, approach. Is there any more clarity that such could be a possibility or anything you can add at this stage?
I think the best example was that we managed to get the screening and milli-screens back working to take out the inorganic stuff that was coming down. That's the very most rudimentary first of the stages of treatment. So that was an example of us trying to do that. We will be much better placed as soon as we have the information that's coming in about the physical conditions, and then the schedulers can work through and go, in this permutation, if we brought these, focused on these things, what can we bring back when? It would be, we have focused on minimising the environmental damage. If some form of treatment, we'll be trying to balance that out to try and go, well, what is the fastest and most effective way to do that and achieve the best quantum? Hopefully there may be a scenario where some parts of the treatment can be brought back. Working the plant with only some parts of the treatment working is complex, but we need to figure that out. I guess I would answer it by that we're we're going to do everything we can to optimise the minimalisation of the environmental impact. God, that sounds awful, doesn't it? Yeah, so if we can, we will be. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Compton.
Good morning. With events such as Moa Point, where there are such significant environmental issues and public interest, is it standard process that when significant reports such as preliminary reports into causes are provided to officers, that the Mayor's office or elected members are not informed of their existence, irrespective of the content, and if so, why?
I think through you, Chair, I think we are all working at pace with this particular event. And I think the provision of reports, the reports that are being prepared to look into the event are only just coming to light. So we need to have a good conversation about how we deal with those internally and what we do with them and how we bring them to council. And that's something that I'll need to work through with the Chief Exec and the Mayor's office. But it's a work in progress, Councillor, at the moment. I understand your point, but we need to work it out and make sure we do the right thing.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Look, thank you, Jenny and Charles, for a very comprehensive update for us. I know the public will be pleased to hear that level of information, and thank you for providing this backdrop to us in terms of when we now go into the annual plan budget discussions. We will now take a break for. Oh, sorry, we've got to move the motion. Oh, yeah, okay. So we're keen on morning tea. The motion is, I'll move it that we receive this information. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Osborne, thank you. Do you wish to speak?
Just very briefly, because I know we all want to get the morning tea. Look, I just wanted to say a couple of things about Moa Point. First of all, I just wanted to make clear that I really welcome the sensible shift that we did around the advice around risks. I think that was a good process and we got there in good enough time. And I know in particular, thanks for Charles and Jenny for presenting. I know in particular the residents of Moa Point and Strathmore and Lyle Bay will be very pleased to hear about the success of the odour control measures. We certainly don't want another Bromley in the eastern suburbs, so that's good to hear. I really strongly encourage Wellington Water and the council to keep that comms up. It's really important. Where there are times that the odour will happen, it's really important that people know why that's happening. So far it's been relatively good, so we really need to keep it going. From a personal perspective, I just wanted to quickly thank the staff. The engagement when I've had issues with the community or with businesses that I've come to staff, they've been pretty quick, pretty good. So I just wanted to put that on the record. And lastly, I just wanted to remind us all and the wider public who I know are eagerly tuned into this meeting as we speak that those businesses on the South Coast really still need our love. So if you've got some spare time in the weekend, pop down and grab an ice cream from Vicky or a beer at Parrot Dog or whatnot. They're great businesses. They're doing it tough. So, yeah, all the support we can offer is great.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? No? Okay. I won't. No right to reply, but thank you for the reminder about the businesses. That's really important. We will now put the motion to vote. Was that meant to be a yes or a no, Councillor Chung? I'm sure we can Could you say it over the mic? Councillor Chung, could you just correct your vote over the mic?
Sorry, that was meant to be green.
Okay. Finally, you turned green. Right. We'll now take a break. We'll be back at 10:45. Thank you. We have the report of the Revenue and Financial Value Review Working Group. I tend to refer it, to the Finance Working Group because it's a bit less of a mouthful. But I'd like to invite the CE just to briefly introduce the report before we hand over to Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. So as part of the new Council and the Mayor's commitments to rates affordability, the Revenue and Finance Working Group was established. This was to give political input and oversight into the budget process following work by my officers on reducing costs. The group was chaired by Deputy Mayor McNulty, and I think probably be easiest to pass to him to introduce.
Thank you. And just like we did with the Triennium report, Deputy Mayor McNulty will briefly introduce and then be able to answer any questions with officers. So over to you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chair and Matt, Chief Executive. Just very briefly, so there are 50 recommendations from the working group's report that are sitting in front of councillors today for consideration, 37 of which came out unanimously through the group and 13 that were supported through a majority of position. I just want to speak to, with really confidence, the process that the group has been supported by officers to come to its deliberations. Advice has been timely and, for the time constraints, relatively fulsome. I know that there has been an immense amount of work in the background to make this happen, so we really do want to thank staff for those 4-hour sleepless nights and the like. And just also want to talk about the environment within the working group, sort of similar to the debate we had in the Triennium plan. It's been really positive. We've dealt with some tough topics, but the discussions and the interactions have been respectful and positive at all times. So I just want to thank the members, Councillor Calvert, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Rogers, Councillor Compton, Councillor Chung, Councillor Randall, just making sure that Councillor O'Brien and Mayor Little. I guess I'll thank myself as well for creating such an environment. I'll speak more fulsomely into moving it, but I'm happy to take questions along with officers, and we'll work between us where the most appropriate person to answer those questions may be.
Thank you. And as you know, there was 50 pages of Q&As released yesterday. I know there was quite a bit of detail in some of them, and hopefully that's answered a number of questions, though some more questions may have arisen. So any questions? Councillor Foon.
Yeah, and I apologise because this question did come through last night. Just the Ōtari Trust are concerned about the removal of the funding, and I guess their query is, have we looked thoroughly into this, because it is their understanding that we are being funded by other organisations over and above to do this work. So, I'm just wondering if any officers can help.
I might answer in the first instance and then get the detail. So the recommendation from the working group is that the preservation efforts around that orchid are not in the long term sustained or funded by the City Council. It's $211,000. Essentially, the main researcher that was leading up that work has now moved overseas, and the capacity in the lab to do the conservation efforts has been diminished. But the working group's recommendation is not to just pull up that money and move on. It is to find a sustained process or another outlet. I think that might be explicit around DOC, the universities and other areas that we're approaching that would take on that work in the long term. And I'm not sure, James Roberts, if you have any more you want to add to the current issues there.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So the savings that's been identified is primarily the cost to council of running a facility. There are other aspects of funding that the facility uses from various different grants through DOC or other sources. But the net of it is, if with the loss of the scientist, the facility can no longer run under its current scope and purpose. And if we were to hire another scientist, it would be recalibrating the work and the research that's done there to a different purpose, and that would require us to continue to use that money. So really the question is whether we go ahead and make that step at this point where we no longer have the scientist involved.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, can I just ask a follow-on question of you in respect of that? So my understanding is your team is currently looking at different options. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions? Councillor Tiffenbacher.
So I appreciate all the work that's been done on this group. I've attended a few meetings, and I think it's great that we're looking at it in this regard. My one concern is that there's a lot of stuff in there that's probably a little bit controversial for some people. I know that some of the big savings are on matters that may not go through. Do we have an alternative plan, or have we thought of an alternative plan of what we're going to do if we decide not to go ahead with some of these savings to try and find other savings to keep our rates down? Because at the moment, obviously, this is 7.4. If we put all these things to work, as part of the group, have we come up with a plan for should we not be able to maintain them, or are we just saying so be it?
I'll start the answer, and then I might hand to you, Matt, as Chief Executive there. So the working group only has the power to make recommendations into this committee. This committee is the decision-making authority. So ultimately, the working group couldn't prepare or make recommendations preempting what this committee may or may not do. So a quantum has been gathered from the ideas that we've put together. It is now this table's decision to essentially endorse what level of quantum that we've put together to inform what goes through the annual plan consultation. So there's not a plan B, so to speak, but I will say this is not the only organisational savings measure. We've obviously just passed through the Triennium Plan, which looks to streamline and prioritise areas of work. And then, Matt, you're leading work on top of this that came off the back of the Deloitte review, so I just might pass for you to leave some comments.
Yep. Ms Reeves is going to comment as CFO.
Yeah, so at this stage what we're looking to do is prepare this information to go out for consultation, and so this is part of the process where there isn't an alternative lot of figures that we're asking you to approve at this point in time. In effect, the combination of the recommendations for the Revenue and Financial Value Review Working Group, as well as the decisions that you make on the annual plan paper, is what will go into the consultation with the community. We will receive feedback from that, and you will go through a process of deliberations based on the feedback that is received. So it's important that we give our community some information that they can engage with, and we can hear those views around the projects that we are looking at. So there will be further opportunities for you as elected members to turn your minds to what that looks like, including with the benefit of feedback from the community through that consultation, and that's a really important process as part of that. What I would also note is through the long-term plan, which we're actively working on now, that is still also an opportunity to undertake further work, and that's exactly what we're planning in conjunction with the chair of this committee and also the chair of the working group. And that will be a more detailed review because, of course, at the moment we are working to year 3 of the 2024 long-term plan.
I might just add a quick comment as well. So public feedback will come through. The public may tell us that they love what we've put forward. They may tell us that they violently hate it, or they may tell us that they want us to go further. Elected members will choose how to take that feedback and then put that forward in the form of resolutions when we finish the consultation process. So just because we start at this point does not mean that we necessarily end at this point in either direction of rates trajectory.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, that's all good. So I will ask, no? Okay. I will now ask Deputy Mayor to formally move this paper.
Look, when I was walking my son to school this morning, he was asking when I was going to pick him up from daycare. And I said, when the meeting is over. And he said, will the meeting be over when people finish talking? And I thought that was a highly, highly astute observation. So in that spirit, I'm going to basically try and keep most of my commentary today into this paper and lay back so that I can make that daycare commitment. Look, I want to, in introducing this paper, really outline some stark realities. On the 1st of July, water rates will be charged separately to council rates. At the same time, we'll transfer somewhere over in the vicinity of $6 billion of water assets to Te Aki Wai. Assets that we know are by and large in poor to frankly junk condition. To remediate this appalling state of affairs, the cost of the average water connection in Wellington will be $2,100. By 2034, it will be $5,700. Homeowner or renter, you will bear the brunt of this cost. At the same time, this year we're footing the $83 million cost overrun for our single biggest ever investment into climate change mitigation, the sludge minimisation plant. We also know that as soon as repair costs come in for the wastewater treatment plant, the council must be ready to meet those. These costs are all being borne while the council's debt to revenue ratio sits outside of our target of 200%. Meanwhile, the number of households in Wellington needing help to pay their rates has increased by 150% in the last 2 years. Our population flatlined in the 2023 census, and Wellington, this one was stark to look at, has yet to have a month of positive jobs growth since March 2024. None of what I've just outlined is theoretical or abstract. They're the brutal facts facing the city and the council. And I think to think we can ignore that reality and continue exactly with what we planned in passing the long-term plan in 2024 is to disconnect with reality. This is the context in which the working group has been set up and operates. For this council to be financially sustainable, so it could actually deliver on aspirations around emissions reduction and climate change, such as the aforementioned 500 million sludge minimisation plant, the green network plan, degassing our pools and expanding the use of solar energy on our facilities, or for us to provide high quality frontline facilities such as pools, parks, playgrounds, Te Matapihi Library, or for us to build quality infrastructure such as footpaths, roads, protected cycle lanes and retaining walls, then the council must identify significant savings, new revenues and more efficient ways of doing things. I want to speak for a moment, obviously not just councillors, but to those that have put pen to paper, or metaphorically the lead up today, concerned about the recommendations of the working group. I hear you, I've read your emails, and I share many of the same concerns. However, I have bad news. Later this year, we'll be sitting around this table starting to make fundamental decisions about our 2027 long-term plan. These will be done within the assumption of a rates-capped environment. If we were rates capped for this current annual plan at the highest end of what the government is proposing, we would still have to find an additional $17.5 million in operational savings on top of the approximately $10 million found by the working group. We are going to have to go so much harder and further into every facet of what this council does to comply with this legislation. So that brings, in my view, it's the duty of this council to start a really frank conversation with residents that the ability of this council to respond to the full expectations of its residents is not going to be deliverable. I see passing the paper today as the very first step in that process. Thank you.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder?
Councillor Compton.
Councillor Compton, do you wish to speak or reserve your right?
My right for the moment. Thank you.
Now we have two amendments that I'm aware of, Councillor Matthews and Councillor O'Brien. Just want to confirm there are no other amendments on this paper. Okay. Councillor Matthews, would you like to move your amendment first?
I would. This amendment seeks to put $1.1 million back into the climate response budget. But noting the points that Councillor Tiefenbacher made with his questions, it also provides commensurate savings so we can retain the rates at the forecast level. A line-by-line review is important and necessary. However, we also need to look at the big picture and at savings now versus costs in all kinds of ways later. And so this amendment looks to repair a deep cut to an extremely important area, the climate response budget, and to make it more in line with those commitments as have been read to you earlier in the triennium plan. I note that my own preference would be to retain the entire budget or indeed to increase it in terms of climate response. And I'm keeping in mind the serious events that have happened, including loss of life over this summer with climate-related events. But a significant cut to a cut is still an important signal and means we are not gutting a program that we recommit to as part of our triennium plan. I want to acknowledge Mayor Little for his openness and collaboration on this matter. Regarding the savings in the amendment, Councillor Rogers has worked with officers on one area and he's going to discuss that when he comes to second the amendment. But the one that I have identified and been working on was a $500,000 cut to the consultancy line. I note that that is unallocated budget at this point. I would have liked to have been able to save more, but I have listened to the advice. And I know that even this cut presents a challenge to the organisation, but most decisions, as recommended by the Working Party, present some challenge. It is symbolic, though, to cut the consultants' budget and to retain investment in our own people and our own priorities and putting the focus on doing this very important mahi in-house. Now, I want to note that some councillors may have concerns about various aspects of this program of work, but to note that a refresh is coming and that it is important that we be able to do that with significant, retaining enough budget to be able to do this work. And I guess I kind of think back to I'm going to paraphrase the quote that is attributed to Joe Biden all the time, whether he said it, that can be the internet, but, don't tell me your values, show me your budget. And I think that this is a very important adjustment to the work of the committee. I want to thank all of the members of the public who have made their voices heard already before we even enter into a consultation process about this budget. I've read some very well thought out and cogent arguments that show us, I guess, the concerns that our community has about the impact on climate and the importance of doing a variety of projects that actually allow Wellingtonians to reduce their own emissions. I guess this is an amendment about not trading away the future to serve the present too much, and so I would really appreciate your support in voting for this amendment to ensure that we can continue to take the steps that we need to take as a city in order to become carbon zero by 2050. Thank you.
Before we move on to seconding it, we'll take questions. Councillor Abdurrahman, with officers, that is.
Kia ora, James, or whoever can answer this question. What does this amendment means to recreation facilities, sport spaces, parks, and grants to the social and recreation?
I think he's seconding it, so otherwise I can't.
I'm just going to start by making a few opening remarks in terms of part of that question. I'll let James get to the specifics. I think the key thing here is that there has already been a line-by-line review completed by officers of all of James's cost centres. And so we have worked through a process to ensure that we have maximised as much as we can in terms of the efficiencies already sitting in the budget before it came to the Revenue and Financial Value Review Working Group. So this potential recommendation, it does sit across a number of areas, which James will talk to in terms of the areas that it does cut across. We would need to do further work because it will have implications, and that's exactly what the amendment recognises, to assess where those where we could achieve that and whether or not there are possible service level implications, because this sits really at the front line of what we're doing. So we do need to do that work before we could give any kind of categorical response. But I'll leave James to talk about the areas that are affected.
Thanks, Andrea. The problem with this is when looking at an activity line like social and recreation, it involves such a broad swathe of activities that we do or sub-activities that we do. So that includes REMO, emergency response. It includes public health, which is a consenting and compliance activity. It includes all the grants, which I think was separately dealt with through the Revenue and Finance Working Group. It covers city safety, which I know is a priority for the council and for the public. And as well as those services that are based on open spaces and facilities or our assets, so services such as pools, cemeteries, libraries, children's playgrounds, tree management ranges, etc. My feedback would be to actually be specific about which one of those things you would like to cut or find the additional $650,000 in, because otherwise we may well go and take something from somewhere that you absolutely don't want us to do. And when it comes to the actual services that are driven by the facilities and the assets, so one of the things that we have done recently with Meredith employing a workforce analyst is looking and understanding where our costs are really being incurred. And it actually turns out that when you break down the costs of running our facilities and services and you take away out of that the cost of the actual facility itself, so you take out the cost of the asset depreciation, insurance, interest, utilities, etc., the remaining cost, and compare that across the councils in the Wellington region and also across the group of complementary councils on the DIA website, that our costs are actually quite low. So we're already running very efficiently and very lean in our services, and therefore the only real way to drive more cost savings would be to cut a service. So if that's what you want to do, then I would ask you to be very specific about what that service is you want us to cut.
Just a follow-up question. Andrea, you just mentioned about how you recently had through the line by line for James' team. When was that last time been done, and why, if you can find money, this much money in your team, why you didn't suggest it? So I don't think so you can find it from your answer, unless we give you some directions, how are you going to make a decision from which area to cut that much money?
Yes, I can say that in the exercise that we have already been through, we have already cut $3 million of cost out. As part of the change that I did across customer and community last year, we just established 61 roles, which gave us a net savings of 6. We're also working with the vacancy management approach at the moment, so we have 23 vacancies across the team. And what that means is things like when we're doing recovery from the recent storms and we're looking at all the damage to the trees around the city, of which there is a significant amount. In fact, I was in Mount Vic over the weekend and the guys were working on the weekend up in Mount Vic. There's an awful lot of damaged trees there, but it's across the city, as I know that a lot of you have been told by your constituents. The only option for us really is to go out to the private sector and contract resources in from the private sector. And incidentally, that is what we use things like the consulting budget for. So it's not necessarily consulting as in the Big Four. It's going out and getting contractors to help us with pieces of work like that. And that's why we need to keep those budgets in place to do that. So the $3 million we've taken out, plus the reduction in headcount that we already did in the organisational change last year, has really, again, cut us right back to the bone.
Thank you. Councillor Rock, you want one more? Did you?
Yeah, one more and then
Okay.
put me back. Andrea, could you please confirm if this is the largest cut after the 1 million, after the cut from the consultation from all areas? Is this the second largest cut been
Look, I can't be categoric about that. I think it's really difficult to answer that in the abstract. Because our budgets are made up of many, many different things. And so that can be people costs, as James, I almost called you a councillor, as James has noted, it can include depreciation, interest costs, those kind of things. So it depends what you benchmark the costs off. So in the abstract, I can't really answer if that would be the biggest or the smallest. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, just earlier you spoke to this affecting areas such as contracts available for the management of trees. My understanding is that that would come out of the strategic area environment, which contains park services and recreation.
So that's true. There is some of it that would come from that as well. That's correct. But this also covers, as an example, basically, of where we need to spend money when there's been an emergency and we need to react to that. We also have the same thing across our facilities as well. So, for example, in that last storm, the roof came off the Newlands Community Centre. That's enabled us to actually look at that centre more closely because it's a problem site now, and that has shown us that we have some serious issues where we haven't been doing enough maintenance on that building. And that's, I suspect, a common story across a number of the community facilities that we have. I know that we've got that problem down at the Kilburnie Library as well, and there will be others as well. So it was an illustration of how we need to dip into these funds to react to things like emergencies, but also to some of that is also showing us where we have failed to do enough maintenance and facilities maintenance, etc., where we have costs across our other facilities that are the same.
Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, I was just wondering for clarification if you had seen the additional wording that was provided to us this morning, which is on screen, which specifically talks to splitting that large chunk, I would say small chunk, but 650k across many different small changes to multiple budgets to make sure that there is not a possibility to reduce the material level of service provided to the community.
Yeah, I have seen those words, and I stand by my earlier comments where we've already been through that exercise multiple times, and we've already done that. So there isn't a simple area where we can just go and find a little bit more to slice off. We would be absolutely into the service if we were to cut any more.
Thank you. Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Is it my understanding that the officers actually came up with this recommendation or suggested saving or not?
No, this was not an officer-led
Do we know where it came from?
It's an amendment that...
Oh, no, not the amendment, sorry, the initial suggestion, climate change.
It came from the working group.
It came from the working group.
Yeah. Are there any other questions on the amendment? Councillor Abdurrahman?
So, Andrea, if James is saying he doesn't know which area to cut it, how are you going to include the cut into the annual plan for advice? Are you just going to say, we're cutting this much from this area? Are you going to specify in the annual plan from which area to cut?
So we're in a difficult position because we're going to have to outline possibly where cuts could impact. Ultimately, we are going to need to do further work. So at this point in time, we would need to put a generic saving in there and come back to you and get that level of direction. There is a significant risk with that approach, though, because if we come back and say the only way we can do this is through a level of service change, we are going to need to consult. That means well, it could mean, highly likely to mean, if we go out and consult, we need to take a month-long period. It means that we won't be able to adopt our annual plan. We cannot strike our rates until an annual plan is in place, and that would put our cash flow in a difficult situation.
Okay, you have another question?
Well, I think this is for the chair then. If that is the case, I don't know how we're going to move this amendment. I'm going to leave it there.
My understanding is this amendment is yeah, I mean, I think you've heard from the officers. Councillor Randall?
So thank you. This actually is addressed to the chair of the working group. The consultancy budget was an item that was raised and has decided to be recommended for being cut through the working group process. Can the chair please just briefly outline why the amount that is in the recommendation is there and whether and what officer advice was behind that recommendation?
Yeah, I'm just getting up.
Is that in relation to this amendment, your question?
Yes, because this amendment is amending the amount that's recommended for already being cut, and the working group is already cutting that budget.
I can perhaps support you, Deputy Mayor, while you...
That's all right, I've got what I need. So, look, the initial consultancy budget was 5.6 million. There was a pretty brief discussion, I'm going to be frank, around looking at what reductions could be there. We didn't receive particular officer advice. I've seen the advice that Councillor Rogers and Matthews received around the split of funding within the consultancy and the unallocated portion. We didn't actually get that level of detail in the working group. So we weren't aware actually in the working group that there was further that was sitting unallocated. It was essentially a haircut made at a pretty quick and I'll say unanimous call to take it from 5.6 to 5 mil.
And I also believe that was a further detail of where the budget's sit is contained in the Q&A as well, so which gives you
yes, that's number 57 in the Q&A. And prior to the recommendation of the Revenue and Financial Value Working Group, we had already decreased through our internal processes that budget from 7.1 million down to 5.6 million. So we'd already created a 21% decrease in that budget. We have worked through that. Of the allocation of that budget, 4.5 million of that is allocated specifically to contracts or projects and how we resource things, particularly in the planning and environment space. So we do use consultants on complex cases because it is actually more efficient that way than employing staff. We can't actually get staff in many cases in that situation. So we do have an unallocated budget of approximately 500 million. Well, that's what we're 500,000. Sorry, that would be great. So 500,000. That would cover things such as any, for example. In my area, if I can use my area as an example, we had the issue with the mayoral desk. We commissioned an independent review of that, what had happened, to give us appropriate assurance. That came out of that budget. Those are the types of things that we use it for. That's not to say that we can't delay the internal audit program and ask them to do it as part of the internal audit program through the Audit and Risk Committee. So there are ways to work around that, but that's just an example.
Thank you. Paul Kelly.
Thank you. So is what we're hearing then as well, well, this may be difficult to do further cuts, it's still possible. Is that what I'm hearing you say, Andrea?
While it will be difficult, I think what we have worked through will all be difficult, and I think that was reinforced in Councillor Matthews' opening comments. That would be that the decrease in consulting is doable. It comes with trade-offs. The challenge that we do have previously with the area in terms of the social and recreation activity, we don't know if it's doable at this point without having implications on levels of service. And this recommendation, this amendment recognises that and asks us to do further work in this space.
And that you'll come back to us?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Deputy Mayor McNulty.
If when you do the work on 2.35.3 and you come back and you say, okay, we can't recognise this saving without doing the annual plan consultation, extension, etc., councillors can at that point make a decision to find that saving in other lines. We could walk back. So sorry, this walks it back from 1.65 to 500. You could make that a 1.15. What I'm trying to say, there are options for councillors to handle this if you can't recognise 2.35.3 post-consultation.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So there would be two ways you can go. We'd either recommend an area that requires consultation if that's the case, or it doesn't, and we find it in that area. You could identify other areas that you can take it from. That does come with risk, though, because, again, if those areas require consultation, I just need to highlight the risks. Again, I'm not saying it would just depend on the outcome, and I can't be categoric.
Yep, follow on. Yep.
I guess this sort of relates to I remember sort of legal advice when we went around the sale of the airport, there was a question put to external lawyers that we consulted on: no sale, 50%, 100, and if councillors landed on 25 or 75%, we sought external legal advice to ensure that that was essentially legal, which was what we received back. So I'm just, again, I guess in my head I'm thinking about, if I support this, what the worst case would be. If we're consulting on that the cut in climate change savings is 500k, you tell us that 2.35.3 cannot be recognised, and we go, okay, well, we won't recognise, but that we'll recognise the part one, so you would have a 1.15 mil cut. That would be legal and allowed within the confines.
Correct, and you would adjust via rates and put the rates up for the other area that you couldn't achieve, or we find an alternative saving. Yeah.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Puiwi Hohaya? Oh, thank you. Councillor Randall?
So in terms of the anticipation of needing consultancy services, that money is really unallocated in anticipation of stuff that might be needed. If we remove that and we still need those expert services, say, for example, to help fix Mile Point, would officers then need to come back and get some more money?
Highly likely. But that would need to be debt funded, because the opportunity to rate fund that has been missed, which is not good practice. So we would need to work through, again, that's hypothetical, but that's the type of advice that we would actually need to come back to you on.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Abdurrahman?
I think being asked, but just to have more clarity, if I don't support, example, the cuts to the park and recreation, but I support that going into consultation, does that mean when the consultation come back, still you can put that money back to?
Yes. I'm just seeking clarity. My understanding of this, and I will confirm with the officers behind me, is yes, that is correct, but it means that we would need to fund that out of rates if there is no other cuts that have been identified. And so the proposed rates that we would put up, you know, if we don't make this cut as a result of consultation, we're going to need to fund it through the difference by rates. So at the moment, you're looking to add back in to the climate change activity. So that would be there. You would then take the offset from the social and recreation budget. So we would go out and consult on that basis. If we can't find the 650, it means that our rates would have to go up by that 650 unless we can find alternative cuts, because we would have already consulted on the climate change one as well. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And I've got a thumbs up, so that's good.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Nope. Okay. So we will move to seconding it, which I understand, Councillor Rogers. Do you want to speak now or reserve your right?
I'm happy to reserve my right.
Okay. Is there any debate? Councillor Abdurrahman.
Yeah, as I said, this is really, I don't want to get into it, but if this goes through, I promise I will make sure my community and our community knows we're trying to cut from the park and recreations and the sports center and all those activities, what that looks like. I'll campaign against this, but I will support this going into consultation, and I don't support at all the cuts to social and recreations.
Anybody else? Puiwi Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm with you. When I first saw this, that it was social and recreation, I thought, oh, our kids need the parks. But then when I heard how broad this covers, even Urapa. I don't know how that's social or recreational, but it seems like that's what he said. I'm comfortable with supporting this recommendation, and that our officers could bring back advice to us that will be helpful for us to make a decision that will support what we need, because we do need to keep our rates down, and for that we need to look at any way we can to make cuts. So I'm supporting this recommendation.
Councillor Tiffenbarger.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to support this, just because I think, as the Deputy Mayor made very eloquently, financially we are in a terrible position as a city. We're being held back by the fact that we're becoming more and more expensive, and we don't seem willing to cut anything from anywhere. And at some point we do have to make a decision. Are we going to stay a sustainable city, or are we going to be one that just keeps on spending money and basically sees more and more people leave our city? And that's as simple as it gets for me. Unfortunately, at some point we're spending a lot on climate change. I don't think this is a large proportion of our overall budget, and I know that's a commitment that many of you would like to make. However, at some point the finances of the city do actually have to come to the fore of the decision, and we have to take into account what impact that has on our residents. And unfortunately, I don't see us doing that along very many factors at the moment, or certainly not enough for me anyway. Thank you.
Puiwi Hohaia.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this amendment. I'm swayed by a couple of things. I mean, I think this is a good compromise for starters, but I'm also, I'll tell you what, I actually did a little poll of my whānau on this one, because I thought it was important enough to get the sense from the people whom I represent what they thought. And we've got our whānau are quite lucky. We've got a social platform. It's got about 700 members, the vast majority of whom are also Wellington ratepayers. And I've got to tell you that it was overwhelmingly in support of rates funding the climate change mitigation work. So I was swayed by that, but I was also swayed by the hundreds of emails I got over the last 2 or 3 days expressing concern about our cutting the climate change work. And I don't think I recall seeing one in favour of cutting it. So I'll be supporting this amendment. Kia ora.
Councillor Compton.
Actually, can we take a brief adjournment? I just have a question, and I don't know if it's appropriate to ask the question in debate.
Yeah, we'll take a brief adjournment for a couple of minutes for you to do that. Councillor Cobden, you had a question?
No, I've got a debate now.
Sorry? Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, debate, sorry.
Okay, thank you. If this had been an amendment to add an additional option into the consultation document to give the public options in terms of what we could do, I would have supported this amendment. However, because it is replacing what the working group has come forward with as a recommendation, I won't support it. I'm particularly concerned around the areas of social and recreation. Our parks and reserves are the jewels in our city. They are what the community deeply values. However, I know the team do their best, but they are woefully neglected, in particular tree management. I've been told repeatedly that these teams are reactive and not proactive or doing preventative maintenance, which deeply concerns me, and I don't think it's conducive to good outcomes in our city. In my opinion, this is probably the one area of council that actually deserves more money. Similarly, our council community facilities are degrading at rapid rates, and we are likely to be told at a moment's notice that a facility is going to close, often disrupting our communities. I can absolutely not support pulling further money out of this group.
Thank you. Councillor Arubai? No. Okay, I will, sorry, who's there? Oh, you want... Oh, sorry. I thought you wanted to withhold your right. Sorry. Oh, I apologise. Sorry. Please, now.
Yeah, I guess the first thing that I wanted to do was, I guess, go back to when Councillor Matthews introduced this amendment and spoke to, it is totally within reason to do a line by line, but it is important to also take it back to the bigger picture. And I think when I go through all of the recommendations and advice that the working group received, I do believe that within this particular area, there was not as much advice provided about the specific areas in which savings could be recognised as within other strategy areas. And so I think it is important that if we are not able to single out those specific areas, we do recognise that there has been less of an impact in this area and do look for savings. As written in this amendment, the advice will come back to us about where those savings could be made. And if they can't be made, then we do have to have a tough conversation about where they come from in another instance, where the rates go up. And obviously there is still, as alluded to, scope within the Climate Change Response Fund if that is where people turn their minds to if the advice comes back and is unable to find these savings. I'll just remind members that this is talking about the strategy area, social and recreation. It is distinct from strategy area 2 environment, which covers the outcomes including parks and reserve management. So just in terms of those outdoor spaces, the tree management that we just increased funding for to, might I add, respond to climate change related events, comes out of a completely different budget. So I do really seek your support of this. As outlined, it is 0.37% of this entire budget, and that is of course excluding depreciation as well. So if you included depreciation, it would be an even smaller amount of that budget, but as we had heard, we want to continue maintaining these facilities. We do not want to depreciate them at a lower level, and so that is why we have excluded depreciation from that percentage figure. I think this is a rational way to look at all of the areas across council to make savings in a way that can make a compromise between people who want to continue to see investment in some areas, which will of course be different amongst every single elected member and will be different amongst every single member of the community, which is why I look forward to hearing what the community has to say about this proposal, seeing where they sit, and of course having this conversation again at the end of consultation. So I encourage you to support this amendment.
Okay, I'll just speak now. I think we may have one or two, but look, I'm not going to support this amendment. When we came up with this in the working group, we did get sufficient detail and we did look closely at some of these activities, which is why we decided that we wanted to carry on with our mitigation and adaptation, but some of the things around education weren't showing value for money. And when I look at what we are actually spending on our Te Atakura First to Zero strategy, when we put it in back in 2020, we said we'd be spending about $500 billion over 10 years. We're halfway through. We're up well above that because part of that was the sludge minimisation plan, and that's gone from 200 to 500 million. So we are putting in an amount, quite a large amount of money, and we also know our officers, our council activities are bringing in ways to reduce emissions, whether that's our EV vehicles, whether it's our robot mowing machines, in our parks, and whether it's when we're upgrading our facilities, we're putting double glazing in. We are doing a lot concurrently. So saying this is an attack on our climate change facilities or our climate change response, I think it's misleading from my perspective. So look, I'm not going to be supporting this. I think we need to go out and consult with our communities and see what they have to say. But we are still doing a lot to adapt to climate change, to mitigate climate change, and that's borne out by the amount of new infrastructure that we're putting in place. We've got Councillor Foon.
Yeah, thank you for the debate. It's a good one. But I do just want to note that a quick Q&A came in the Q&A that the Climate Change Response Fund had already been reduced in 2024 from 3 million down to 1.8. So it has already taken a good trim up. So I am just urging councillors to just think about that as we make our vote, that what Councillor Rogers and Matthews have put forward is a reasonable, but it is still a further reduction on that amount already reduced. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Thanks, Chair. Hopefully, only amendment I really want to speak to today. Look, it's zero joy to me to discuss anything in climate cuts, but I do actually want to say, as the Chair of the Revenue and Financial Working Group, I want the information in 2.35.3. I genuinely want that analysis and that information in front of me so that I can know that as we go through into a rates capping LTP, as I remind you, that we know what the costs are going to be of if we want to go down these pathways. We've asked out of other teams across the organisation some really deep cuts and information that, people will be working in this building right now who will not be feeling great about some of the things that this ends in this paper that we've come through. And I guess if we can't recognise 0.37% out of social and rec, we're just going to have such a hard time with this LTP in the rates capping world. That is just a blunt reality. I actually want to thank the climate change response team and for the work that they do. They do well, they do exactly what they've been instructed by the council to do. Now, I know there's some debate whether what they do should be done or not, and I certainly have views that we're probably needing to move into a time when there is less emphasis on the public education side and much more on the tangible reduction side. And that's really important to keep social licence. And so actually, when you're starting to have the discussion about what we even retain in a rates capping world, you have a CCR team that has a really defined output and delivery of value. So you can really look at their metrics and go, yes, they are playing a fundamental role in what's being done. So I think there is some degree of cut that's appropriate in there, but I'm also reassured by the officer advice that if for some reason 2.35.3 can't be recognised, our worst case scenario would be we go back to a 1.15 million cut in this area and the rates figure stays neutral. There is no difference on there. That is, I see, the worst case scenario in this. So I want the information, essentially, is what I'm saying, and I want to know how painful it's going to be, because that has to be socialised, and we're all going to have to deal with it, because this LTP is not going to be easy.
Is there any other speakers? Okay. Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you. What we've been putting forward is recommendations for public consultation, and in the introduction to the main report, the Chair outlined that we've really looked hard beyond the savings that officers have already found, which reduced what was going to be a 12% rates increase down to a 9.2%. We're pushing harder. Internally, the long name of the Revenue and Finance Value Working Group is really called the Razor Gang. And so we need to make some hard decisions, and I appreciate that some of these things we've put forward, not just this climate change one, are hard decisions, and decisions that some of them I don't support in a way, but we've got to make hard decisions. It's not really about what is saved. It's about what the priority is for what we're going to spend, and where, in this case, the climate change priority sits. I can remember in the working group when we were talking about this that the initial full cut was opposed, in particular by Councillor Compton, who said, no, we need to retain the teams that are focused on climate adaptation, and that was accepted. So the adaptation stuff is actually being preserved, and people need to recognise that. It's actually more the educational mitigation teams that are perhaps looking at having the cuts made to them. I'm also looking at this proposed cut in the consulting. We've got some huge decisions to be made, and Moa Point's not the only one. Amalgamation. We've got a transport plan to put together in terms of the triennium plan, which I support, but it's not easy and it needs expertise. And yet we're looking at cutting the very fund that we would use to help us make these important decisions, quite apart from what else unexpected thing is going to happen in the next 18 months. I think we ought to put to the public what was proposed from the working group in this area. It is I do recognise a very hard decision for many elected members. I ask you to make that hard decision, because if we can't make any hard decisions, we're not going to get anywhere. And let the public have their say. This is not the final decision. This is what we're asking the public. And I want to focus on that part of what we're deciding today. So I urge you not to support this amendment.
We'll go to right and reply. Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, colleagues, for your debate. I guess I just want to come back to some very key points. First of all, that a refresh of Te Atakura is going to happen. So if there are any concerns about, whether resources being put into the most impactful areas, that gives us the opportunity to do that. By putting up this amendment, we have identified that 500,000 of that consultant budget was unallocated, which we did not know going into this process. So that is very useful information. And I'm sorry, Councillor Randall, but I make no apology for backing our own people in terms of where we put resource. That I want this to be a place that people want to come and work and give us the advice that we need to make the decisions we need to make for the city. I note that there was a very mixed response to the very kind of quick process that we had to undertake to identify the savings, and we did not get specific opportunities for savings in some areas, and I remain disappointed by that. But through this process, we have a mechanism to test the advice we have been given, because so far it has been very much on a voluntary basis in most units. So I do want to push that harder and find out what that is. We have seen, think budgets, for example, the money being spent on the launch of Te Matapihi, which none of us were aware of. And we don't know what we don't know, and we continue to not know, even at the end of the conclusion of one part of this process. So I think this is testing the advice that we have been given and trying to recognise those trade-offs and where we do and don't want to make them. I just want to note, even if this amendment passes, it represents an 11.9% reduction in the climate change response budget, which is a higher percentage than we are cutting in most other areas. So I do urge you to support this, to take in mind those emails that we received, and to do our best to get more information and make a better decision for our annual plan. Thank you.
Councillor Matthews, I didn't want to call a point of order, but you just made a comment about it will be an 11 point reduction in the climate change budget response, but that's about the team as opposed to...
It's the climate change response budget, which is what I said.
The team, but it's about the team. It's not about our whole response.
It's the
to our
climate change response budget. That is the line in the budget.
Activity 122.
Thank you. Clarify that. Now, do you want these taken separately? How do you, or together? You want to take together? Do you want a division?
Division.
Okay, we will move these all together. Thank you. And that has passed. We now have the next amendment, Councillor O'Brien. I'm just glad I didn't have to do a casting vote.
Thank you. So the amendment in front of you is a relatively simple change to include the insourcing of cleaning contracts. This had been raised as a potential opportunity, but was unfortunately left out of the eventual recommendations. So in line with commitment 58 in the training plan, we should be looking for opportunities to deliver core services in-house. Insourcing these activities has a range of benefits. We get better value for money for our residents without private contractors and their profit margins they need to achieve. We get better quality services, again, because there is not a profit motive driving corners to be cut. And we have more control over the delivery of any given service with an in-house model. And we can also make sure that our workers are paid fairly and we have good working conditions. I think that cleaning services, like other services such as traffic management that are already in the working group recommendations, are great places to start with this training and plan commitment. They are regular and ongoing services that we have to deliver, and there is a relatively low capital outlay associated with bringing it in-house. That's all I have to say. I appreciate any support on this amendment. Thanks.
Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Okay, we will move to any questions of officers. Are there any questions? Or, okay, no, pretty straightforward. Councillor Abdurrahman, do you like to speak? Or, okay, would anybody else like to speak to this? Puiwi Hohaya?
Thank you. I'm going to support this recommendation. I think this speaks to what Councillor Matthews was talking about, and I'm of the same view that we need to back our own people before we outsource. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other speakers? No. So, Councillor Abdurrahman, did you want to speak? No. Councillor O'Brien, write a reply if you need to. Okay, let's go to the vote. That's a simple one.
Could I get a division on that, Chair?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, no, that's all right. Okay, so now we are back to the substantive. Is there any further debate? Councillor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora. I have asked the chair if she can move the arts reduction separately.
That's number 23, 23, I think, if I'm right. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, look, just going to say I cannot support a reduction in our arts program. I think it is really, I really think we need to start calling our arts program our economic program, because it is that that is so closely linked to our businesses, our hospitality, and even if what council is doing, all of that is about external work and making our city vibrant. So just flagging that. But my big ask is around consultation on this, officers. I really want to make sure that all of the programs we are looking to reduce are very clear to the public on what they do and the impacts that will have, and specifically in the climate change response and arts reduction. So I'm really asking that is something we make very clear for the public, i.e. not being in an umbrella framing. Thank you.
Okay. Are there anybody else wishes to speak? I will make some comments around the creative capital, and I absolutely appreciate what you're saying, Councillor Foon, that we are a city known for its creativity, and we need to support and nurture that. I think it's just this creative capital is about the team, and if we look at what we would have spent on an opening of a library, how we've been able to reduce costs, I think, given what's in the budget for the for further activations in Tanako Civic Square and with our town hall reopening, I'm sure that can well take a haircut further. So I am very happy to support that particular aspect. But I know not everyone will support some of these changes through this, but I thank Deputy Mayor McNulty for leading us through to at least get to a point where we actually are able to suggest some changes to our spending, changes to our revenue, and then we can seek public feedback. So, is Councillor Compton, you're seconding this, yep.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say I'm very pleased to have been included in the group and to be able to contribute to the positive dialogue that we've had amongst all councillors. I agree with almost all recommendations that have been put forward, with the exception of two. However, I have included those in an amendment, which you'll see when we get to the annual plan. What I don't support is the increase in crematorium fees and landfill charges, but I'll take you guys through my reasoning on that later. But thank you all for your positive contribution to the working group, and this is just the start. We have a huge amount of work ahead of us over the next 3 years in regards to our spending and revenue gathering. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers before we go to right of reply? Okay, Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Look, just thank you everyone for debate and those amendments. Just a mihi to Councillor Foon's comments regarding the impacts and consultation. I really do think this is a warm-up for what we'll need to do in the LTP when we go to Wellingtonians. It's a real opportunity for us to just be direct, blunt, and upfront. And I suppose, I haven't put in any amendment to that wording, but if there was a tonality to the consultation document that I could suggest, direct, blunt, and upfront is probably what we need to be, and what we need to be as an organisation as we go through these steps. So it is over, well, it's not quite over to Wellingtonians because we have the next paper, but really it is to the public now to engage in this process and tell us, what have we got right? What have we got wrong? Do we need to go further? Do we need to cut back in the areas from where we're thinking? But we need to hear that public voice. And I'm probably going to say this is the most important consultation in my time as a councillor that I have certainly voted to put through will be on this one here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, what I propose to do, but I'm happy to take feedback, is the ones that were agreed by the working group unanimously is to take those all together except for number 23, which is around the creative capital. Or do you want to go through each one individually on that first group? So you're all happy if we... Okay, and then for the ones for Part B and Part C, I am going to take those all separately, unless I've, because then that gives you the opportunity. We can go through quickly. Yep, we can do that. Okay. So then we will get through, and then we will break for lunch. Okay. All right. So I will take the advice of the governance advisor, just which ones. But do we do 1, 2?
Yeah, so we take, yeah, so we can rotate one and then take, you're taking all this together?
Taking all this together, barring number 23. Okay, so we're going 1, 2, and part A up to number 22. Everybody's clear on that one? If you could vote, please. That's passed unanimously. So we're going to do number 23. We won't as in its entirety. So if you could vote accordingly, please. And that has carried majority. Thank you. Now, we are now going to part B, number 24. Or is it 24? Is it still? Yeah, 24. Just want to check the numbering. And that is the Heritage Fund. Can you please vote accordingly? Yeah, if you could do that, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, yeah, look, I will speak to these if needed to, but I don't want to hold up the voting. So, the Heritage Building Resilience Fund is usually a 500k fund to help owners of heritage buildings comply with earthquake strengthening and other heritage issues. What the working group unanimously endorsed is that the funding would only be to help those owners in regards of building consents and one other area, but we would pull the funding in this annual plan for any earthquake-prone building-related repairs, given the PENC review.
Okay, if we could vote, please. Yeah. And that's carried unanimously. Number 25, increased charges for cremation services. Are you okay to take these? You want to take them separately? So we will vote on 25A.
Sorry, I assume we're taking full divisions as we go through all of this.
Yeah, if you want. Councillor Abdul, yeah. And that has carried. 25B. And that's carried. Is it? Got the right one. Yep. Okay, we go to 26 parking. Are you okay? We take these all together? Yep. Okay, 26 A, B, and C. Carried unanimously. Number 27, encroachments. Do you want to split? Well, I think it's just now, after the debate. Do you want A and B split, or do you want to take it together?
If I need to speak to it, we'd be increasing fees above the standard inflation readjustment by voting for 27A.
Do you want them together or separately? Okay, 27A. Increase the fees. And number B, review the encroachment policy. Was that carried? 28, which is council engagement. Around council engagement, number 28. And that's carried with a majority. Number 29, cycle workshops. Would you like me to advise you? Councillor Abjarman, did you? Oh, yeah, that's good. Carried unanimously. 30, communications and creative. It's carried with a majority. International promotion, number 31. Okay. Number 32, staged increase on contaminated soil fees. That's carried, majority. International relations. And carried unanimously.
Sorry, Chair, can I check, are we getting a division on all of these?
Yep, we are. And just the micro-mobility, you're happy to take these all together? Yep, okay. 34 A and B. Okay, that's best. And now we're on to 35. That's the amended. Sorry? Yep. 35, you happy to take these all together? It's amended, as amended up here, yeah, on screen. Yep. And that's carried with a majority. Next is number 3, we agree for the items for inclusion in the annual plan consultation document. So basically it goes into our annual plan debate, but we're not re-debating these issues for that. Okay, so please vote. And are you okay, take 4 and 5 together? They're both noting. That's, okay. Okay. So we'll do 4 and 5 together. Yeah. And that's passed unanimously. Right. Well, we're on time. So we are now going to take a break for lunch. Shall I suggest, is 40 minutes okay with everyone? Yep. Okay, 40 minutes, and then that means Any 10 to 1? Of course, Mayor. and we are doing really, really well. I probably spoke too soon, but yeah, look, now just to reiterate that what we've just passed in terms of the financial working paper, this will come into the annual plan budget for consultation. I'm not expecting that to be re-debated, more amendments, whatever. So it is what it is. We've voted on it once, debated it once today. So it's everything else in the paper that's here. So first up, I will. Who is? Are you introducing this or? So we have. Is it Baz and Ryan? Are you introducing the annual plan budget? Yep. Thank you. Yeah. I was like, what are you doing? Thank you. I'm so looking forward to a bigger table and more chairs, I have to say. Okay. Not my idea. Over to you.
Thank you, councillors. Look, we're going to take the paper as read, and we're just here to answer questions.
As you know, we had a very comprehensive Q&A, so I'm not expecting questions that have been answered in those to be repeated here, unless you've got a clarification point. Councillor Osborne.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can I just ask about the delay to the payroll upgrade project? The advice, to be honest, set off alarms in my head that said Novapay, Novapay, Novapay. I just want to confirm, so that what we're being asked to agree to, is that really just based on the reality of how the project has tracked? It's not that we're being specifically asked to delay the project?
The project has not been delayed, councillor. It's been part of, there's two different projects. There's the remediation holiday pay project. Is that the one you're referring to, or the replacement payroll system?
I think the latter.
That's been underway since we had funding from the last LTP.
Okay.
There's quite a lot of work that needs to go into requirements to ensure that we don't end up with another system that is not fit for purpose.
So just in terms of what we're being asked to agree to, that really just reflects how the project itself is tracking?
What you're being asked is, in effect, a change in the way that we're accounting for the project. So when we incorporated the project into the long-term plan, we reflected that we made an assumption that at the end of the project we would have an asset in the form of a system, a new system. Therefore, we needed to recognise that as a capital expenditure item. However, having gone through the procurement process, what we've now selected is one where we don't have an asset at the end of it, and we need to treat it as operational expenditure. The reason we're coming to you is really because that technicality means that we can't just pull money out of one budget and put it in another without prior approval from you as elected members. That's how our budgeting and our delegations work. So what we're asking is, can we move it from CapEx to OpEx to reflect the nature of what we have procured. We will still have something at the end of it that we believe is tantamount to an asset, because we'll have our system. It just reflects probably the way in which our technology solutions are evolving.
Can I ask another question? I just wanted to ask a question also in relation to the booking of facilities and rooms at Te Matapihi. I did ask a question around this, but I wasn't quite clear on the answer. So we've known for some time, obviously there's a little bit of uncertainty, but we've known for some time that we're aiming to open Te Matapihi on Saturday. Have we been taking bookings for the rooms and facilities at Te Matapihi for some time?
Through you, Chair. Yes, we have.
Thank you. Sorry, that just wasn't clear on the answer. And that would be the same as well for the new Tui Pōneke site?
Yes, from a general perspective, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Tiffenbacher.
I've got a couple of questions, if I may. One was around answers in the Q&A, 100, which is around Victoria Street. So when we're going out to this, obviously putting this on the plan and we go out for consultation, how are residents meant to know that they're going to lose 50 to 70 car parks if this particular, it might not be for you guys, by the way, if this particular project goes through, and we don't yet know what the lost revenue is. So how are we going to the public and asking them for an opinion on something, but not actually informing with them of the outcomes? And I think on the same line, I think we haven't yet consulted with businesses in the area. So how are we doing a proper consultation around this if we're not actually knowing this answer before and letting people know what this actually means as a whole?
Through you, Madam Chair. So is this on? Yep, great. So Victoria Street is only in concept design at the moment. We haven't started understanding what the actual impact on car parking is. So I've provided in the Q&A an estimate, and the community has actually already, by adopting the bike network plan, acknowledged that Victoria Street will be part of the primary network. However, in the design and ultimately implementation of that cycleway, we will be going to consultation on how much car parking is lost on street. So that there will be another chance for council to assess and understand that design and its impact on those retailers. But from a program point of view, we haven't started work on Victoria yet. That won't start till later on next year, if in fact it remains as a project.
You understand my concern, though, that we go out for consultation whether we should include it in the annual plan, and effectively they don't have the information of what it means. So you go to bike lane there, yeah, great, that's fantastic. And then later on, you discover there's 50 to 70 car parks done, and then we consult on that. But it's a fait accompli, which I think has been the way we've operated throughout many years. And I'm just wondering if we could maybe figure out a way we could change that.
Yeah, I think the best way to do it is be very, very clear in the consultation document what the aspect of that project is.
Can I just highlight that an annual plan and a long-term plan are statements of intent. It doesn't necessarily mean that any project is going to go ahead. What we do is we highlight at best assumptions based on the direction that we've been given by yourselves. We will need to go back and work through detailed project plans at different phases, so it doesn't necessarily perfectly align to annual planning. And we need to come and get that sign-off for you for significant projects, and that's what Liam is signalling, that we would come back with the further detail for you to look at in the future. At this point in time, the annual plan is just a provision. It will move.
There was sort of like a one question based in two, you know. So the other question is around parklets. I think there was a decision made last year that we're going to increase the parklet fees quite substantially to effectively mean that the lost revenue through the parks being converted into parklets rather than parks. That didn't go ahead. It seems as though we made an error in our accounting. Are we planning on increasing to the level we were previously? Because I'm a hospo guy. I care about the businesses in the area, and I understand entirely we're giving them extra space, but I walk past a lot of parklets and I see parklets that are empty and never have people in them, and I go, well, at $130 a year, hell, I'll take that space if I can have it. But that car park probably returned us something like $10,000, which is the amount that I believe a car park normally uses. So my question is, why are we? No, there's a reason why I'm asking the question, because I do agree. If they're prepared to pay $10,000 for the parking space, then I have no issue with them.
Sorry, Councillor Tiffenbacher, but we need to get to the questions. Straight to the question.
Sorry, I'm just trying to help Geordie get through the day. So that's the question is we haven't implemented it. We were going to implement it. Is it definitely still being implemented?
Yes, it is.
Thank you for the brevity of your response. All right, we have Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whanau. It seems a bit a big jump for swimming pools, example, from 550 to 720. It's about 30% increase in that space. What it means when it comes to equity for our communities who use that space a lot. Also, just to follow up on that one, compared to other areas, it seems this one is high jump.
Yeah, sorry, Council, I probably need to go and take that offline and come back with some more information for you on that.
Councillor Foon?
No, my eyes were about making sure the previous questioner stuck to the questions. Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't sure. I know, I appreciate that. Are there any other questions? Okay, all right. So we will move to the Mayor's, will be introducing the paper.
Yeah, so look, not a lot more to add to it, but this is lays out the financial plan given the circumstances that we're in. I think our colleague, the Deputy Mayor, eloquently laid out the current circumstances. This reflects that, and the discussions and debate that we've had through the working group, and then adding on the work that the officers of council have done. So on that basis, I support the paper and recommendation.
And do you have a seconder? Deputy Mayor McNulty, do you wish to speak now or reserve a right? Okay. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Randall, do you want to move an amendment, do you? So just before we start that, I think we've got how many amendments have we got? 3 sets? We've got 3 sets of amendments, Councillor Randall, Councillor O'Brien and Councillor Osborne. I just want to... Oh, you're not? Oh, Councillor Compton. So just checking, are there any other amendments? No, okay. All right, Councillor Randall, now, you've only just sent those through, so you might just... Sorry? No, because people won't have time to read because they'll be listening to the debate. So if you could, if we can put those up now. That's all right. Just we'll just if you just we'll just take a couple of minutes while we can bring those up so that you can all see them. But you have just been sent them via email.
Yes, thank you, elected members. This is a subset of the amendments that I sent around on Monday, so you had a chance to see all that. We have we're making some big decisions, but really the decisions we're making are what we're going to consult on, what we're going to ask the public. The things we're doing today is to outline options that we want to put to the public for their feedback about how we go forward into the 26-27 annual plan. The Mayor has put forward an amendment substantive with respect to the cycleways side of things. Now, cycleways as an investment has been a very divisive topic through the last triennium, and I think it continues to be so. As was pointed out by Liam before, the public had its choice to put its views on cycleways back in 2021 when the council approved the long-term plan with the cycleway program in it. And really it has not had a chance to say until now what it thinks about the cycleway program. Unfortunately, the options that have been put forward do not include the very basic option of just stop investing or defer the investment in cycleways, to say no more. All the options that have been put forward are to do more cycleways. And so what this amendment does in terms of the two programs that do propose implementing cycleways, which is the cycleway program, but also the City Streets Renewals program, they do not have an option, and I think they need to have an option to just defer spending. And I want that to go into the consultation program. I urge your support so that the public can have their say, that those members of the public can, if they wish to, say no more. Because I don't think it's fair to say, do we do more cycleways, some more cycleways or a lot more cycleways without putting up the option of just saying no more cycleways. So it's not about the decision. Are we going to get feedback? And we've already had a lot of feedback about emailed feedback about the need to continue with cycleways. But I think it's important that we put forward in our consultation document that option, even though it may be uncomfortable with some elected members, so that democracy can have its place and that transparency will come through, and when we make our decision in May, because we in the end decide what's going to happen. Thank you.
I'm going to ask officer advice because there's two A's, and also there seems to be a duplication. Defer the capital budget, and so we'll just take an adjournment for 5 minutes just to make sure your wording is correct, because it does seem some double So what questions do we have of officers? Deputy Mayor McNulty?
Yeah, just regarding number 2, I understand we're planning on consulting with the public around Te Aro Park, the Dixon Street project. There's a vote we'll take at the start of May. So what would the effect of having an annual plan consultation whilst then having another consultation be? I mean, what would the impact on the May consultation that we're already about to have be by then consulting this ahead of May, in April? Sort of let's rephrase. What would be the impact of consulting this in April for the annual plan when we then plan to consult this in May through a city strategy and delivery committee decision?
I'm just looking for the. Oh, he's just entered the room. I was going to filibuster for a while there, Councillor. I think you're going to have to repeat the question for Baz. I mean, he's the long-term plan.
I mean, the question keeps changing, but I'm looking at part 2 of the amendment. We're planning on consulting this Te Aro Park, Dixon Street, all in May. So I'm trying to understand what the effect of consulting in the annual plan in April on it means, and is that a duplication of officer time? Is it a wise use of your time in your professional opinion?
I think where the confusion is, it's conflating with the long-term plan consultation. Is that correct? So we'll go to the annual plan. We'll go to consultation on Te Aro Park, and Te Aro Park as a project includes Dixon Street. So do you want to provide some clarity in Councillor Randall's amendment to exclude the Dixon Street component, or is it supposed to be the same? And that's a question for Councillor Randall and Councillor McNulty.
I'll leave it there. Just conscious we're literally deciding on this in May, so I'm really confused about what the effect of deciding on it in April is.
Yeah, I can understand your question because we are essentially we're consulting on the annual plan budget in April, but as Deputy Mayor McNulty points out, this is a particular project that we have indicated we will be consulting on, and I understand the consultation for that project in May will have options about how, it's not just Te Aro Park, it's also around what changes would be made around Dixon Street. Is that my...
Thank you, Madam Chair, that is correct. So that's right. So you would be consulting effectively twice. We would have to pause consultation in April, Councillor, I would have thought, and wait till the outcome of the annual plan process.
Okay, thank you.
That's the consultation on the project, councillors, including the traffic resolutions.
Okay, so Councillor Abdulrahman, I think you had a question.
A bit of clarity in here, Liam. So when you say Te Aro Park and Dixon part of it, are you talking about only a couple of parks there and the road, a bit of tidying up next to the Te Aro Park? My understanding of the Dixon Street is different because the Dixon Street is straight all the way and there is a project. Is that separate project, or are we talking both projects together in this case?
Well, the project has been progressed under the City Streets portfolio of projects, and it was Te Aro Park and Dixon. So when we're coming to council with that component, we're going to present a number of options for you, and those options will include removing Dixon Street from the scope of the Te Aro Park area and various combinations around that. So we'll present both projects to you, and council will then have a deliberation around what components of the projects would they like to proceed on.
No, look, so the Te Aro Park itself includes a couple of parks, which a lot of councillors around this table are okay with. And the Dixon Street project seems different to me, but what you're saying is Te Aro Park plus part of small Dixon Street and plus the whole Dixon Street being planned.
A number of stages.
Which one are we talking about in this case? Te Aro Park and Dixon Street, or Te Aro Park, Dixon Street and the whole Dixon Street?
That's a good question for Councillor Randall.
Okay.
Comment or?
No, you'll have to do it in your right of reply, because I mean, Councillor Compton. Are there any other questions? Deputy Mayor McNulty?
Just given we've now passed a triennium plan and clause 26 is reflect the importance to hapu iwi of progressing Te Aro Park upgrade. When prioritising WCC's capital program, the related Dixon Street upgrade is recognised to be a separate project. How does that now, are we essentially, if we vote through this amendment, contradicting what we have signalled in the triennium plan? Maybe that's a question of the Mayor. I'm not sure if its officers can answer, but...
I'm just looking at them. I mean, look, I'm tempted to rule, and I might need 75% support, that number 2 is out of order because of the Te Aro Park, and I think number 1 is where you want to add the option about cycleways in there, because everything else on number 2 is either Te Aro Park or cycleways. So I'm just... Okay, we'll go for the vote then. Yeah, I think we'll just go for the vote. Sorry, Councillor Compton.
Sorry, my memory's now come back. In light of our financial situation, I understood that we were potentially looking at all projects and essentially looking whether to defer or pause. Were any of these projects considered as part of that piece of work?
Yes, they were.
And the decision was?
I don't believe the decision's made yet. We were waiting for the deliberations of council today.
So it's quite conceivable that some of these projects on here that it would possibly be going up for public consultation shortly may actually well not be.
Well, there's a decision-making hierarchy here, councillor, and the decision is at this table first, and we'll take your lead by your decisions you make today.
Councillor Randall, your question?
Yes, look, because it's not seconded and because it's caused confusion, although I did circulate this on Monday to everybody, so it's disappointing that these questions are coming up now. Because it's not seconded, I'll pull all the reference to the amendment towards city streets, city renewals, and we'll just focus on adding the option D to the cycleways program. If that's okay.
Are you just talking about 1D? That's your amendment.
Yes, that's my amendment.
You're basically getting rid of the last 3 parts.
And 7.2.1.2, I'm happy to just drop it.
Okay, all right. Okay, we'll take that. Is there any other questions? Do you have a seconder?
Yes, Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Councillor Tiffenbacher, would you wish to speak or reserve your right?
Please.
Okay. Would anybody else like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Foon?
Yeah, thank you. I think, and I can't quote verbatim, Councillor Randall, but just something that you said, that people haven't had the ability to have a say. But just in our latest bike network update, it said that council since 2021 has received over 10,000 pieces of feedback from the community with the full range of views and opinions and feedbacks. So I just wanted to make that clear today, that there has been a lot of feedback and a lot of say on these programs every time we move one program forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? You right to reply? I'm not so right to play. Yes, seconder. Yeah.
So for me, this is all about giving people options and actually finding out what people really think. So I look back at things like the Golden Mile project, where right at the beginning, when we first deliberating around it and consulting supposedly on the Golden Mile project, there wasn't an option to do nothing. It was all change, and it was crappier, and worst. And so we got three options that didn't necessarily represent what people could submit on. Now, most people that are out in the public don't necessarily realise you can actually send in a submission that is outside of what we recommend. What they think is they have to choose between one or two options. So by giving the public the opportunity to vote on this and to vote on no further movements on cycleways, we find out what the public really feel about the cycleway network. Now, my Green colleagues have told us that we've received lots of emails over the last few days supporting the cycleway network in climate action to carry on, and they're dead right, we have. But that's because the Greens are very, very good at getting their people to send in emails. We all know that. So all this is doing is allowing people the opportunity to choose one option. One option, that's all we're giving. We're not actually doing anything. So if you guys care about proper consultation, if you care about what the public actually think, I urge you to say, put this in. We may very well find that the cycle network is actually so popular that people say, yeah, double it up and we get 10 times submissions, then I'll vote in favour of the cycle network. But if you're not willing to actually put this to the public, who are you representing?
Thank you. No one else wishes to speak? Councillor Randall, right of reply.
Yes, I just want to reflect on the Mayor's amended substantive, where we are going out without this amendment with one option, which is the Mayor's preferred option, I assume. And I just want to reiterate, we're not making this decision around the cycleway program. We're making a decision about what we're going to ask our ratepayers and citizens about this cycleway program. And certainly, while Councillor Foon may have received a lot of positive feedback over her time with respect to the cycleways and others, I have certainly received a lot of negative feedback and frustration from the public saying, when can we have a chance to look at this? The annual plan is what are we going to do in 2026, 27? And one of the things that I urge you to say is to ask the public whether or not they wish to continue with the cycleway program as proposed by the Mayor, or whether or not just to stop, because I do believe that the public has a right to be able to choose between these two important options.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, we are voting just on putting out an additional option for public consultation, and that is to defer the capital budget for all cycleway works and associated revenue. Would you please cast your vote?
And could I have a division, please?
Yep. Is that right, Councillor Osborne? Are you sure, Councillor Osborne?
Yeah, apologies, I pressed the wrong button.
Sure.
You're
so used to being green, aren't you? I know. That's okay. So just double check. Thank you. And that has not passed. Okay, so we, Councillor Compton, were you ready to move your amendment? Thank you. Go to Councillor Compton.
Thank you, Chair. So my small amendment seeks to give the public alternative options to consult with respect to crematorium fees and contaminated soil fees. I did not support the increase in charges for crematorium services, item 25.A, as recommended by the working group. Over recent years, residents have long suspected that Council has been overpaying on its outsourced services and the contracts that were not being managed effectively. This was laid bare at the recent Audit and Risk Committee. In all likelihood, that has meant ratepayers have been paying more than they should have. This has happened while they're alive. To then sting them once they pass away is a step too far for me, when we still have other options around the table to save money. The additional revenue the recommendation is around $77,000. However, only a 5% increase would be around $20,000. So this amendment for me, for this particular item, is on moral reasons only. The second item in my amendment, I did not support the increase in charges on contaminated soil as recommended by the working group. Sure, Silverstream charges was going to be charging $510 per tonne, and we're at $267 per tonne. There is a supply and demand economy at play here. One landfill in Auckland charges $0, and quite often contractors in Wellington are driving their contaminated waste to Auckland because it's cheaper. Be interesting to see what that does to the environment. I'm also concerned about what the increase in prices would do for fly tipping and essentially unconsented disposal, which will absolutely happen if we continue at this rate. Since 2016, the rate per tonne for contaminated soil has risen from $69 per tonne to $220, and this recommendation from the working group takes it over $300 per tonne, which is another 36% increase. All elected members know that housing affordability is a huge issue for us in Wellington. Couple that with intensification changes within the district plan, and this is a recipe for disaster. Intensification is not nice and clean. It is a dirty business. It requires earthworks and soil removal. By continuing to ramp up costs in what I would judge as a monopoly market is not conducive to good outcomes for building. I urge you to please support a 5% increase on both of these items as an option for the public to consult on, while officers work through with the other territorial authorities in Wellington to develop a more sustainable, long-term strategy with regards to C&D and contaminated waste. Thank you.
Before we go to a second, are there any questions of officers? Councillor Foon.
Yeah, I just wondered if officers had a perspective on this and just how it was working for our construction sector and council contractors. Like, have we got anyone able to? Sorry.
Through you, Chair, so I can't offer you anything specifically on that right now. I can engage with Beth offline quickly and see if she has anything, but I can't give you anything right now. I'm sorry, Councillor.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Councillor Osborne and then Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Just for the office, thanks, Madam Chair. Just for the officers, is there, I guess, a precedent? Obviously, the REC, as it's written at the moment, is asking us to agree to a set of fee increases. Is there a precedent in the past that we would, for some specific fees, go out with different options and consult on that?
We haven't in the past included a range of different fees as part of consultation, but it is something that we can do.
Yep. Ryan, you better stay there.
And sorry, thanks for that answer, Rana. And just in terms of the consultation, obviously there's nothing that precludes members of the public saying, I think this increase to the crematorium fees, for instance, is too high, it ought to be lower.
There would be a comment section in the consultation where they could provide that feedback. It won't be asked specifically, though.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Tiffenbacher.
Yeah, I noticed that the truck tonnage going to the tip in soil is actually reducing at a very significant rate. Obviously, our building is as well, but with Councillor Compton's comments around people actually choosing cheaper options, so therefore driving further, creating more city emissions, etc. Do we have any information around what quantity of that would be occurring? Because obviously we still have a certain amount of soil that needs to be got rid of. It just seems quite a significant difference between the volumes going to our tip now versus in the past. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kia ora koutou. Apologies, I only came in part way through your comments, so I might have missed some of it. If I can just give you some, I guess, context around contaminated soil, which I've been in my role not a very long time, but I've learnt a lot about it in quite a short period of time. It's a very dynamic waste stream in that it is a major contributor to the landfill, but it is very much responsive to what is going on in the city. So as city construction increases, then the rate of contaminated soil increases exponentially. And in the last couple of years, our soil has reduced significantly because we've seen less activity in the construction market. What I can't give you definitively is advice on the impact on our contractors. We just don't have that information. The advice from the waste team is very much that contaminated soil is very reactive to price. So that is why the advice was given by the team to do a staged increase in terms of starting to get to the level of Silverstream, because otherwise it might have an adverse effect both on contracts that have already been priced in the Wellington market, but also it might mean that, as Councillor Compton identified, waste actually gets taken to Auckland, which I understand happens quite regularly.
So I guess that was the crux of my question, because it also coincided, the significant drop in volume coincided with the exact same time as we started putting up our fees. So do we have any gauge, because you said that quite often people are going to Auckland, how often are we forcing people to actually go somewhere cheaper, so therefore actually creating more issues for the environment than what we already have?
I don't know. One of the challenges that I'm finding in the waste space is that getting clear data, consistent data, is quite challenging everywhere. I would say that we don't want contaminated soil at the landfill. That is not something that we want, but we don't want it going away either, and we do need a certain amount. So there is a balance to be struck there around pricing and encouraging it to come to Southern, given the impact that it has on fill rates. Yeah, at the moment we're trying to use it only for the capping of the waste every night, which minimises the impact on fill. However, like I said, the advice certainly from the waste team is extremely dependent on what is going on in the market. So as construction increases, it is expected that contaminated soil will increase also.
Councillor Fern?
I think my question has been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions on this amendment? Okay, all right. We have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Young. Do you wish to speak or reserve your right?
I'll speak very briefly, which is that I'm a great believer in user pays, but by the time I get to use the crematorium, I think I'll be past caring.
You've got a burial plot. You've got a burial plot.
My ashes.
Oh, okay.
I have great pleasure in seconding this.
Okay, Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Yeah, just speaking very quickly, I guess why you don't see things like this in the working group paper was I had a very clear principle that I should move the working group paper as it was voted through, and that any changes needed to come in via amendment, as we had with Councillor Matthews or Councillor O'Brien, and same principle here. But I have a lot of respect for Councillor Compton's expertise and her particular connections with the contractor market. She has a lifeline into there that probably none of us do to that extent, and I think it's a really important voice for around the table. So I'm more than happy to support these options going into the consultation document. They were driven more by officer advice in terms of how they came to the position they did in the work group, or at least the waste fees one, and very much an open mind in terms of what the feedback that we get in the consultation around where we end up landing. Fortunately, the fees difference between 5 and 20% is around $50,000 as ascertained, so it shouldn't be material that if we do decide to go to a 5% instead of 20%, we're not scrambling to find hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep the rate stable. So on that basis, happy to support the amendment and see what Wellingtonians have to say.
Okay, is there any other speakers? Councillor Fern?
Yeah, and Councillor Compton, I really respect and I love what you're bringing to this corridor, but I think at the end of the day, I won't be supporting the contaminated waste fees, although I'm totally want to hear I think it is good that we want to hear what comes back from consultation. But I think the main thing that worries me is that we've got a landfill that's filling up, and you can see by the rate that contaminated soil comes back at great fluctuation rates. Our resource consent only goes to 2027 end, and then we start using SLEPO, which is incredibly expensive, as we understand. So I guess I have nervousness around what that would do to the long-term trajectory of our landfill and the capacity we have there. So I won't be supporting 2.2. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other speakers? Councillor Compton, right of reply.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my only comment, additional comment is it's really important that all the territorial authorities within Wellington need to begin to look at waste in a much more holistic, amalgamated fashion, because as much as we might not want contaminated, it turns out nobody wants it. But guess what? It's still coming. So unless we find a place for it, we are literally a recipe for disaster here. So I cannot urge this council and other councils enough to bang your heads together and let's come up with some solutions for the Greater Wellington region.
Thank you. I will take these two separately, 1 and 2. So for number 1, which is the crematorium fees, please vote. Oh, it's nice. Oh.
That's number 10.
Okay, and we'll now vote on number 2, the contaminated waste fees. Yes, as much as we can tell from numbers. If you could admit your numbers, if we. Who's number? Okay, thank you. Now, our last amendment of this paper, we have Councillor O'Brien. Lucky last. Yes, now, just before we go into this, Puiwi Kelly noted a conflict of interest on that, so on these. So if I could, I think you're stepping away from this table. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, Councillor O'Brien, over to you.
Kia ora. So this amendment is to consult in the annual plan on short-term accommodation differential of 2.6 in line with the decision of the last council and work that's been done by officers following that last decision. It also includes other clauses to recognise that the formal position of the council is to support the introduction of a bed tax via central government. That an implementation plan will be developed, and then once implemented, we'll review the effectiveness of the differential. There are also notes in this amendment to recognise the specifics of the policy that was agreed by the last council, in particular the exclusions for things like sleep-outs, granny flats, and for units that are listed for under 60 days. So the reason for the amendment, as I heard throughout the election campaign, Wellington is unaffordable on a range of metrics, so that's to buy, to rent, to pay rates here. And people told me they were leaving the city for those reasons. And I had a discussion just last Friday with a woman in Kilburn on that exact point. She said that her adult children couldn't afford to buy a home here and contemplating leaving. And so in Wellington, there's 1,215 properties listed currently for short-term accommodation, some of which would be excluded from this, but the majority of these, the primary use of this property is commercial. And therefore, I believe that these properties should be paying a commercial rate, or as proposed here, the 2.6 differential. This has a lot of benefits. This eases the burden on the rest of the ratepayer base, who, as we very well know, many of which are struggling. On the other hand, with this differential, we may see property use change, and that has happened in other places like Christchurch, with some owners either switching to long-term rentals or potentially selling their property, which both of those help affordability in different ways. Another key benefit is that it helps these providers put these providers on an even playing field with our hotels and motels. Introducing a differential in Wellington is supported by Hospitality NZ, which represents 2,500 businesses across the country. And as officers have indicated in the Q&A, the work has been done and we can proceed to consultation through the annual plan. I do acknowledge that there are some challenges in terms of enforcement, but it is common for councils to regulate short-term accommodation in New Zealand. In fact, we are proposing a far less convoluted system than most places, which either have graduated rating scales or require a resource consent to operate short-term accommodation, and there's costs associated with those things. But at the end of the day, we currently have a situation where people who own a second dwelling and are using that dwelling to make a profit are paying the same rates as everyone else, and I want to see that addressed, and I'd appreciate your support on this amendment. Thank you.
Are there any questions of officers? Councillor Tiffenbarker?
Get good at this. Hey, so what I'd like to know is how did the officers come up with the 2.6 multiplier number, MY?
Based on the previous recommendation, we went away and did quite a bit of work to look at what that differential could be. The guidance given was that it's lower than the commercial differential, which is currently 3.7. We did comparatives with other councils across the country, and 2.6 was, I guess, what we found to be reasonable in comparison.
How many other councils already have this? And could you name which sort of ones they are?
There's Queenstown, Christchurch, Hamilton, Auckland and Rotorua, I believe. Don't quote me though, but yes, those 5 I believe.
Just actually while you're there, Ryan, can I ask a follow-on question? Given that Auckland's commercial rates differential is 2.6, are they charging around the same rate as their commercial differential?
We would have to check that.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily mean that they're charging.
No, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily charging short-term accommodation providers 2.6.
Yeah.
But looking at commercial differentials across New Zealand as well.
Okay.
Comparator.
Thank you. Councillor Compton.
Thank you. Can I just confirm that the new differential would not necessarily mean a shrinking of the rates pie per se through additional revenue? It would simply mean somehow we're cutting the pie differently. So, for example, some other people must pay less if these guys are paying a little bit more. And how does that kind of calculate and work?
That's absolutely correct. It doesn't increase the size of the pie. It just means that we'll be collecting more from those short-term accommodation providers and less from the rest of the commercial sector.
Any other questions? No. Okay. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Abrawari, do you want to speak now? Or with...
Thank you. Just really quickly, this is a change that would make our rating system more fair. and equitable for commercial accommodation providers and benefit ratepayers, renters and first home buyers. It is a lower differential than the commercial differential and excludes granny flats and sleep outs. As Councillor O'Brien mentioned, we're also recognising in this amendment that we support the introduction of a bid tax system from central government, and I therefore support us going out to consultation in the annual plan and support Councillor O'Brien's amendment. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Tiffenbacher.
I'm loving this. First of all, I'd like to commend Councillor O'Brien on the fact that he actually acknowledges that our rates are way too high and that people are struggling to live here. I think that's an important thing that we all need to acknowledge at this table, so that's great. I support the bed tax concept entirely. I think that's a great thing. I have concerns around the 2.6 differential being too high. I do think there does need to be a balancer of what the commercial operations are paying versus the people who just have an Airbnb. I just have a concern that the whole house might have one room or two rooms that are being rented out, and if you multiply that on the whole property, that could, quick calculation goes 5,000 is probably what there's going to be about $12,500 in rates, so another $7,500 roughly, somewhere around there. Someone else can do the calculation. I'm just wondering if that's not substantial amount, and unfortunately I don't buy the logic that these houses will be turned into rental properties, because at the moment we have more rentals than we have people. So my concern is that's at this moment in time I'm not sure that the 2.6 multiplier is appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I'm very happy to support this amendment that Councillor O'Brien's put forward. I think I would just briefly point Councillor Tiffenbacher to 20, which does note that this relates just to properties that are used solely for the purposes of short-term accommodation. I think, to be honest, for me, it's just kind of just a fairness thing. If you have a property for the purposes of short-term accommodation, you're effectively operating in the same market as hotels and motels. And ultimately, we're giving them a tax break, and even on this, we're still giving them a bit of a tax break because we've got their own unique differential, but it does reduce that, and it does, as Councillor Compton pointed out with her question, it does mean that the pie is slightly, it's not going to have a big impact, but it does mean our cafes and our bars and whatnot will have a slightly lower rates burden. So yeah, very happy to support this amendment.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, Councillor Osborne pretty much said everything that I want to do, but in the interest of getting to 3:30, I'll just quickly say it's fantastic to see this work continue. I know in the last term there was a lot of debate over the specifics of sort of where this differential should be, but I do agree that it is important to look at the concessions that we give to different ratepayers and make sure that we are having effectively fair proposals across people who are operating as hotels, whether that is a standalone house operating as a hotel, happens to be called short-term accommodation, or a hotel operating as a hotel. And so I would just like to thank everyone before in the previous term, Councillor Matthews and Councillor Panowich, and now Councillor O'Brien and Councillor Al-Rubai, who are carrying the mantle. So it's fantastic to see.
Okay, Councillor Chung.
I would like to thank Councillor O'Brien for bringing this forward. I was over in the Wairarapa over the weekend and I spoke to a lot of Wellingtonians who actually came over for, it was actually a dog get-together, and talked to them about, talk to the people that have actually moved from Wellington over to the Wairarapa. And I expect them to say that, we moved over to the Wairarapa because the weather was so much better, and it absolutely was. You might remember it was pouring down with rain on Sunday, and it was beautifully fine over in the Wairarapa. But most of them actually said that it was the cost of living in Wellington, and it was the rate that was adding to everything else that they had to pay for. So that was the prime reason for actually going over there. So I think that, yes, this may not actually return us, won't return us anything more in rates, but it will make the system a lot fairer. And so for that reason, I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Is it Councillor Compton? Did you? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to support the amendment. hotels and other accommodation providers are paying 3.7 times the rating 100% of the time, whether they're occupied or not. And I think that this option strikes a much fairer balance with accommodation providers. So thank you. I will support this amendment.
Okay, I'll speak briefly. I'm not going to support it. But I think, we're talking about fairer rates, and it's really great to hear about fairer rates. But when our commercial differential is 3.7, and it used to be around about 2.7 till about 6 or 7 years ago, and then we kept putting it up to put more to reduce the pressure on residential rates. 2.6 is really where our commercial rates should be at, not. And so if we were looking at a differential, it should not be around that 2.6. So I take heart by everyone wanting to do fairer rates, so hopefully we will get there in the end. But in the meantime, I can't support a 2.6 for short-term accommodation. And given the announcements by government recently around looking at a bed tax, I think we need to wait until that and do a more fulsome review. Thank you. Yep, then we can do that, but we've got right of reply to Councillor O'Brien.
Yeah, nothing more from me. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so we will take number 16 separately and then the rest together. Is everyone okay with that? Comfortable with that? And I'll do a division. So number 16. Thank you. And it's carried. And the rest of the amendments, which is 17 to 21. No, you have to get. And that's carried. Okay, so we will now move back to the substantive debate, but before we go there, I meant to invite our Chief Infrastructure Officer to talk, just add a bit of clarity about organics and waste. You'll notice in the paper there was a note about the team coming back to talk more about that, and yeah, and Ms. Chetwynd's got just an update on that. So I just wanted to bring that in while we're all here.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think maybe just some context around organics and collections in terms of what the processes we've currently got in play are, just to get us all on the same page, and then how you might pick this up in the annual plan conversation. So that's where I'll go. So just as a reminder to people who some people know it very well, some people that might not have followed along. Organics, major waste stream, we all know that. 20% of all waste and 58% of household rubbish, major contributor to emissions. You've decided you want to do something about that. So we are proposing to introduce an organics processing stream. Okay, that's a decision you've already made. It was conditionally approved in August last year, as you'll recall, for us to go out to tender for the processing, subject to certain parameters around cost and time frame. So that's been, that procurement process is underway. It's currently in train, so I won't comment on the outcome of that procurement process right now because we're currently slap bang in the middle of it. Collections is interdependent with organics. These two go together. Organics processing can't proceed without the changes to collection service. So what's proposed is a major redesign of our curbside collection systems to accommodate this. Now, you consulted on that in the 2024 LTP, and you've got an adoption of that in the LTP that you will continue with that, but you haven't consulted yet on a targeted rate for how you're going to charge for it, but you do have a commitment to follow it through. So in the current annual plan, you have 385 OPEX for organics, and you currently have 9.7 million for collections. With the parameters you put around the organics process, which has come back as carry on, but come back if it was outside budget or outside time frame, I don't want to comment on that right now because we are just wrapping up that procurement process. But in light of the conversation we're having around your annual plan, we can come back to council if you want this in April to report on this anyway. And this might give you a whole lot of base information on which to make some decisions going forward.
And thank you. And just to clarify, April was the earliest that you were able to come back to us because it has to be done after the procurement process.
We need to let the procurement process run so we understand what that looks like, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Matthews?
I thought the budget that we had was 22 million capital because we never changed it.
I've got the figure I've got in front of me is 9.7 in the next year's annual plan.
Oh, so that's subject to our decisions.
Yes.
Is that highlighted within this paper?
I'm not sure if we've got anything covered in the papers on this topic specifically.
Okay. I'm a little bit confused if there's a major change to capital without advice or a decision being made.
There's no proposed current changes in capital.
So then it's 22 million.
Well, let's just check. I need some advice. Sorry.
Sorry, the 9.7 million is purely for the collection bins, and that's in the budget for 26-27. The rest of it, the organics plant, is separate to that in outer years.
Thank you. My apologies.
Councillor Foon?
Yeah, sorry, can I just understand the purpose of the points that you're making today is clarification around the capital expenditure or proposed capital?
It was really a request just to be clear on what the current status of all of these two projects actually currently is, so that you can understand where things are at and what's coming to you in the context of your annual plan conversation.
I asked for it because there was a potential amendment coming through around organics, and I needed some clarity about whether it's since been pulled. But I thought it was worthwhile just clarifying where things are at. So then that's why we had the last minute conversation.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, look, as a potential mover of such an amendment, I thank officers for taking me through the challenges that officers have in terms of bringing this, which is what you've updated us on, and there is a time frame for a decision to come to us. I just wanted to ask to say that this is tied up with the waste levy funding as well, because that's on the side, and I was wondering if officers confirm that we are going to get a bit of a briefing on how that levy funding process works, because that was one of the things that sort of came out on the side of the working group, is that we have this revenue, sort of an income but also expenditure stream on the side related to the levy and Ministry of Environment, which is difficult to get your head around.
It is.
And I was hoping, are we going to get a briefing on that, how it's going to work, or some information on how that's going to work sometime in the near future?
We can certainly do that. The other point to remember is that the waste budget is ring-fenced, so this is not impacting on the rates conversation for this annual plan, so it's really important to keep that in mind as well. The waste space is a little different. Yeah.
We will be given a full briefing when there's more information to tell us. Are there any other questions? And we'll go back to the substantive debate. Okay, thank you, Ms. Chetwin. Okay, right. Are there any speakers to the debate? Councillor Osborne.
Just to clarify, we're now speaking to the main paper.
Yep.
Yeah, great. Look, I want to, it's probably not going to surprise anyone very much. I want to briefly talk on the cycleway measures in the paper, and I just want to make the point that aside from walking, cycling really is the cheapest and most climate-friendly form of transport that we have, and I think we should be doing all we can to support those who want to cycle but fear for their safety or their children's safety to do it. And cycle lanes work. It's no coincidence that we've seen cycling numbers rise as our network has grown. And while it's probably not quite what I would have preferred, I do want to thank and welcome the Mayor's substantive amendment to the paper, which means that the preferred option for consultation no longer proposes indefinitely pausing the program, secures the future of 2 projects that are critical to the primary network for the program, and clarifies that all capital projects valued at more than $1 million will, as we agreed in our triennium plan, be subject to a rapid review. I look forward to seeing the results of that review, which I'm confident will yet again demonstrate the value for money that is derived by investing in our city's cycling network. But of course, there is also a lot more in this plan, just other than cycleways, and I do, as a dad of 2 school-aged kids, just want to briefly touch on the other substantive amendment that I very much welcome that the Mayor has brought forward, which is recommending that we maintain our Safer Routes to Schools budget, which I very, very much support. Just last week, Councillors O'Brien, Rogers and Tiffenbacher and I went and visited Lyell Bay School to talk about the project that was outside their school, and it was very clear how the very simple and very cheap changes that we had made outside Lyell Bay School were unanimously supported by the teachers, and they told us how it had made the environment out there much safer for the tamariki, and they also told us how it had freed up capacity, which meant that they were able to man another pedestrian crossing on another road. So I think it was very successful, and I want to see more of that. So thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? I'll just say briefly, I do appreciate the work of the Working Party, because I think what this has helped us move through this debate a bit quicker than what we might have done in past times. So we've done a lot of the sort of consideration of some of the other points. So that's enabled us to have a much smoother conversation. So look, I will be, we'll work through which ones we're taking together and taking separately, but I'd just like to thank everyone for being, really helping smooth this process. We won't always agree, obviously, but it has been a good process from my perspective, and I just wanted to thank everyone, and I want to thank the officers for supporting us through this as well. Councillor Compton.
Thank you. As you all know, I'm not one really for theatrics, but we don't get out of our self-imposed debt ceiling throughout our term on council. We are growing our ratepayer debtor list astronomically. Spending must be curtailed. We must reset. It is essential that our communities provide feedback through this consultation process, and we need to listen really carefully to that feedback when it comes through. This is the start of being financially prudent, and the LTP is going to be far more challenging for all of us. Ahead of finalising the annual plan, I want to say I'm not a religious person at all. However, on the 4th of February, we were literally sent a sign from God. We need to collectively remove our poo-smeared, rose-tinted glasses and focus on critical spending moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Tiffenbacher.
I would like to mirror Andrea's concerns. Unfortunately, there's nothing that I've heard today that suggests that we really care about the ratepayers. I haven't seen us vote in anything that has allowed for more consultation around saving money. We seem to talk about wanting to keep rates down, but we don't seem to be prepared to do the actions. I have one fear in council over this 3-year term. It's not that I don't get re-elected, I don't care. I care that Wellington is not a better place when we finish off in 3 years' time. I do believe this will be the best council that we've had for 3 or 4 sessions, but I do not think that is the standard we should be fighting for. Our duty is to fight for ratepayers on every front. I don't see it in what we're proposing today. I don't see it in the actions. I'd make the little note that every single vote we've had so far, every single Labor voter has voted exactly the same way. It's great that you guys have political affiliation and enjoyment and similar values, but at some point, I would like you to make personal decisions rather than on behalf of the group.
Councillor Arubayi, did you want to do what? No, okay.
I just want to briefly thank
Councillor Matthews.
I briefly want to thank the chair and thank the mayor for the process that got us here today. And I guess I just want to maybe close debate, I don't know if anybody, on a more positive viewpoint, and, you know, express my appreciation for all councillors to the contribution that they have made, both to the Triennium Plan and the working group, and then coming to this document. These are not easy decisions. I know that people may believe that financial prudence is something that has started with them. It's not true. These are all complex decisions, complex processes. We are in changing environment. I think this represents some prudence and also some long-term thinking, which we are always going to have to balance in our decisions. And I think it's best if we refrain too much from casting aspersions on why anybody votes a particular way. I think everybody around this table is coming with good intent, and I respect what you do and your right to vote differently or the same as whoever you choose. And thank you all for your contributions to this.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers before I hand over to the Mayor for right of reply? No, I don't see any hands. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to echo Councillor Matthews' comments, I appreciate this has been, the exercise has been a difficult exercise, a challenging exercise, but actually I think everybody's come to it with goodwill and good faith. And the debate around the table today, I think, shows that too. And I think both Councillor Compton and Councillor Tiefenbacher are right. We have more challenging weeks, months, debates ahead of us. Of course we do, because we are in very challenging times. But I'm encouraged by this debate and where the decisions are heading. There's more water to flow under this particular bridge, and we have more bridges to cross. But I feel confident that we'll rise to those challenges and do what's right for all Wellingtonians on a collective basis, which is what we're here to do.
Thank you. Now I'm going to take these votes in parts. I'm going to ask for a division, because I'm sure somebody will ask me for that anyway. So I'm suggesting 1 to 6 be done unless it's changed together. So are you all comfortable we do 1 to 6 together? Yep, no objections. So I'll ask you to please vote. Oh, unanimous. Thank you. Go carried. Okay, so we're now going to do number 7.1 together. Does anybody? I'm just going to take this one separate. Is that you're clear about that? Which is the rephasing of the capital works budget 7.1, which is C1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Yep. Okay. If you could vote, please. And that's unanimous. Now we're going to do 7.2, and I think we might, I haven't got what the new one looks like. Okay, which ones, does anybody want any of this to be taken separately under 7.21? I'm just going to keep it as a whole.
So 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
What?
Yeah, I know. 7.2.1, subsection 1, 2, and 3, under C10.
Right.
I feel like a legislator. And that is carried. We will now move on to 7.2.3, which is speed management updates. And can we do the carbon purchases together? So we're doing speed management upgrades, such as 7.2.3 and 7.2.4, which is carbon purchases. Do it together? That's what I'm suggesting. Yep, everybody okay? Thank you. I'm cheering. Okay, all right. So 7.3, which is Part C, we will. Oh, that's carried. Sorry, unanimously. 7.3 altogether. Yep. So we'll vote on all together. So, unanimous. Oh no, carried. The majority. Now I'm proposing that we do 8 to 15 together. Is everyone all right with that? That's basically. Oh, we'd have to the crematorium. Yeah.
I think we need a bit more clarification on what we're voting for.
Okay, so we will, I'm proposing that we do 8 to 11 together, which is the funding depreciation, the and the treatment, the archives digitization project in terms of reclassifying that as OPEX, the same with the payroll replacement project, and the changes to the social housing budgets. So if everyone's okay, we take those together. Okay, you can vote, please. I'm just trying to take the ones where we've had amendments separately, just. Carried unanimous, great. So we're on to 12, which is about the crematorium and contaminated waste fees. Would you like 12.2.1 and 12.2.2 set taken separately? Anybody? Okay, so what we're going to do is we essentially going to vote on putting into the options for the consultation document. The first one is increasing crematorium fees by 5%. Should that say 26, 27? I'm just. It should be 26, 20. Oh, I see, from those fees. Okay, I was just, okay. So that means from the current year's fees. Yeah. Okay, so if you could vote, please, on 12.2.1. Yeah, just the crematorium. And that's been carried. The next vote will be on increasing, putting into the consultation the increase of contaminated waste fees by 5%. Oh, yeah. And everyone, that's carried. So we just have to go back and on to number 12, which was agreed, the proposed changes to the fees with those two we just voted on. I know. Sorry. Okay, that's great. I'm proposing that we do 13 14 and 15 together. One is about the interim Te Matapihi fees. The next one was changing key performance indicators for the Museums Trust and critical transport structures, and noting that officers are going to report back to us on the organics waste and collection charges, and we've just heard on that. So if you're okay, we'll take all those three main ones together. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, now we will need, okay, Liz, we'll step back for this one. Well, we'll just keep it clean. Okay, so we are now on 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm going to propose that we do 16 separately and 17 to 21 together, which was all the other short-term accommodation points. So the first one, number 16, which is agreeing that we will support the introduction of bed tax as with central government's proposal. Thank you, and that's carried. And now we're going to do 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21, which is the other amendments around short-term accommodation. And Councillor Young, and that is carried. And now this is the last one, 22. Right, the final recommendation, which is whether we basically put this in the consultation document. Yeah. That wouldn't surprise me.
Sorry, I've got all my... Mine should be a green one, not a red one.
Councillor, are you just confirming that it should be green? Thank you. Right. End of that paper. Thank you, everyone. But we haven't quite finished yet. Right, I'm on the money. So now we are on the Disaster Resilience Fund, and I'd like to welcome Rainer Kiriyama to introduce the report.
Kia ora koutou. I'll take the paper as read, however I just will quickly highlight the next steps following decisions made today. So once these decisions are made today, that enables us to go away and complete the required documents for the Disaster Resilience Fund, including the governance structure, terms of reference, and the Disaster Resilience Fund policy. At the same time, we will bring back to you a finalised Statement of Investment Proposal and Objectives, the SIPO, which has been agreed in draft previously. So following these decisions, we'll come back to you with those final documents for sign-off. We have received funds that we currently have sitting in a term deposit awaiting the establishment of the fund. So yeah, we need to keep moving with these decisions to enable us to set this up. Happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? No, your report was fantastic. Thank you. I will move this paper. I just want to thank officers for pulling this together. We've still, as our officers have said, we've still got to go through now to the next phase and selecting an investment manager, but I think we're on good progress here. I am looking for a seconder. Oh, Councillor Rogers, thank you. Would you like to? Well, it's just quite nice. Would you like to speak or reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. And we have an amendment from Councillor Osborne.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't know if we could get that amendment up on the screen. Thanks very much. Look, so you hopefully have all seen the amendment. We shared it around a couple of days ago. I just want to quickly start by acknowledging and thanking Councillor Compton. It's been a pleasure working with you on this amendment. Very easy, and I think we've got to a pretty good space. I do obviously support the concept of a disaster resilience fund in general. I think it makes sense. But ultimately, it's really an ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. If things go really wrong, we'll have something to hopefully help us through those challenging times. I personally think that if we are going to take money out of it with the ordinary distributions policy, that money really has to be spent on building fences at the top of the cliff. So this amendment would do that. It would limit any use of ordinary distributions to spending that improves the city's resilience, and only after other options for that spending have been properly considered. So that would be spending on works on things like reducing the risk of flooding, landslips, managing our trees, or making our city more earthquake ready. It's my intention that would be spending that should ultimately reduce the demand on the fund when, not if, disaster strikes our city. That's all I really want to say. Thanks.
Does anyone have any questions of officers on the amendment? I see any. Okay. Councillor Osborne, you have a seconder, and Councillor Compton, do you wish to speak now or?
Yeah, I would just like to reiterate everything that Councillor Osborne said. The ability to be able to just take out 2% and essentially spend it on reducing the rates burden didn't feel comfortable for me. It would have to be a far more targeted spend if you're going to withdraw that money and reduce our ability to essentially grow a fund for what its intended purpose is. So I absolutely support Councillor Osborne. This money should only be spent on areas that will essentially, when disaster strikes, we will have less interest in essentially dipping into that fund. So yeah, that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Okay, we'll move. I'll put the motion forward. If you can please vote. Okay, and that's been carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we'll go back to the substantive paper. Is there anybody wishes to speak? Councillor Rogers. I am putting people on 3-minute timeline, by the way.
Yeah, this won't take half an hour, but believe it or not, I do actually really love insurance. It's something that the trauma of last term has ingrained in me, I think, so much to the point that I read a book over summer about insurance, which was called Against the Gods, The Remarkable Story of Risk. And I think if I could congratulate any of us for doing something, it is actually the recognition of the fact that a significant event is going to hit Wellington at some point. We do know that there will be an earthquake, a climate disaster. There are many disasters that can hit this city, and I think it is incredibly important to recognise that we are taking a step to say, actually, when that does happen in the future, we don't want people to have to scramble to find the money. We want to make sure that they are set up for success. And so I think this is another very important step on that journey that does recognise we do have some control over the future. Even though we don't know when a disaster will strike, we can start preparing for it. And so I just want to commend the officers for all of the work that they do on our insurance roadmap, where this is just one key part of the decisions that we make to secure the city for the future. So my favourite paper today. I'll always speak on insurance, but I will not take half an hour of your time. So I encourage you to vote for this paper.
Thank you. And we have no right of reply, so that's great. We'll now vote everything together. Oh, you want to speak? Okay, sorry.
I know, it gets my own interest. No,
I thought you were holding your thing up to vote.
Sorry. It does look that way, doesn't it? Look, I just want to thank officers for this paper, share many of Councillor Rogers' thoughts. This is a piece of work from the last triennium that I'm really proud to see come through. I was always concerned about us overcomplicating the structure of such a thing when the principle is just getting some money invested and actually starting to grow it away. And I feel that's what the approach that's taken through. And it is something, actually, to Councillor Matthews' points, it's a piece of prudence from the last triennium that will then hopefully not have to be accessed whilst certainly while I'm not around the table, but that will be welcomed by future elected members in the city when it's there. So prudence comes in all shapes and forms, and this is one of those ways of doing it. I don't know after 12 years in the insurance industry, Geordie, if it's as fun out once you've been through the other side of it, but insurance broking is a wide and wonderful career for you after you come out of, actually I think maybe more underwriting. I look forward to you being a senior underwriter at NZI or something along those lines in your next career steps.
Thank you. Mayor Little.
Thank you. I just want to say, look, I think this is a really crucial and strategic initiative for the council to take. For the obvious reasons, we are going to face more compelling weather events and a greater risk to our city. So it's important to get this established, but actually it's just as important not only to grow the fund, but to continue to contribute to it. I think that's important. The only book on insurance I ever read actually was The Rainmaker by John Grisham. It was about an insurance lawyer, but which was very informative because it did educate me about some of the things that, at least in the American market, can be challenging. But I think this is crucial, and I think we should be thinking too in the future about how we continue to make further capital contributions to it.
Thank you. No other speakers. I won't exercise the right of reply, and we will vote everything together. Thank you, and that's carried unanimously. Final paper, decision register updates and upcoming reports. I'd like to invite Andrea Reeves to briefly introduce the report. Sorry, he's like... Yeah.
I will take the paper as read, but happy to answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions? No questions. Thank you, Ms. Reeves. I will move the motion, and that is that we receive the information in the report. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor McNulty had his hand. Sorry. Do you wish to speak?
Very quickly, I just want to thank you, Chair. This has been a really smooth, well-managed meeting. That was the best block voting I think we've had for some time to get through an annual plan, and just to recognise that this has been a much more, a really good process, so thank you.
Thank you. And I'd just like to thank you for that comment, but it has been a real team effort for everyone, not taking long in speaking, being succinct, and be able to cope with the sort of things that didn't go quite according to plan. And thank you to the officers for supporting us through this. Are there any other speakers? Oh, Councillor Rogers.
No, purely just to say through the Q&A, I asked a question about when advice was coming back for the sale of our carbon credit holdings, and just to acknowledge that the holding is a significant amount of money and we have made a significant loss on it, so getting that advice back is part of the final, and I'm very much looking forward to.
Thank you. No other speakers? All right, no right of reply. I will move to vote. And that was unanimous. So I will now declare the meeting closed. We'll take a short adjournment because, in case you've forgotten, we now will go to reconvening the council meeting that was adjourned this morning. Thank you.
The meeting of the council resumed. We have a report from Te Taurapa Council Planning and Finance Committee. We'll take the report as read and deal with each of the three items from that committee in turn. The first item is the Triennium Plan recommendations. Before we consider the decision on it, are there any further questions on the Triennium Plan recommendations? If there are none, I'll put the motion that be received. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Al-Rubai. Does anybody have any further speech notes they wish to discharge at this point? No? Okay, let's vote on that then.
I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried. Thank you. The next item to consider is the recommendations on the annual plan draft budget. Are there any further questions on that item before we proceed to a vote? If there are none, I'll move that that be received or noted. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Foon. I don't wish to speak. Does anybody else wish to speak? Let's put that motion. Those in favour press 1, those against press 2.
I vote yes.
That's carried. Thank you. And then the final item are the recommendations on the Disaster Resilience Fund. Are there any questions on that before we proceed? If there are none, I will move that, requiring a seconder. Councillor O'Brien. I'll put that motion. Those in favour press 1, against press 2. That is carried. Before I declare the meeting closed, we'll do the closing karakia. I ask you to join with me on that. Unuhia, 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 ki te uri tapu nui, ki wātia, ki a mama, ki ngākau, ti tinana, ti wairua, I te tara takatū, koia rā e rongo, whakairia a ki ronga, ki a wātia, ai rā kua wātia. I declare the meeting closed. Thank you.